On November 10th, 2022, Kevin Conroy, the voice of Batman for multiple generations across various forms of media, passed away at the age of 66. The news hit fans hard, as many of us have a special connection to his work that has lasted decades. Whether you met him in person or admired his talent from afar, if you're watching this, he likely had some impact on you. For the 4th year in a row, I'll be covering the remaining episodes of Batman the Animated Series. I thought about ways to honor him during this month, and a few ideas came to mind. But it dawned on me that the best way to show my appreciation for this man is to continue exactly what I was doing. Batmay has always been a celebration of the character and those who worked on this particular series, both still with us and those who have passed on. But Kevin was always the figurehead, the voice leading the way. His performances were often at the forefront of these reviews, and they will still be. So for Kevin, all those who helped make BTAS a reality, and the fans who love it, Batmay Year 4 is here.
Good old Bruce. Always there. You never give up on me.
This May, we finish this iconic collection of stories by reviewing the last few episodes of Season 2 before diving into a whole new era with the new Batman adventures. The new look for the show will be a big topic of conversation, but what isn't changing are the quality installments we've come to expect. Mr. Freeze returns in Deep Freeze and Cold Comfort. Nightwing rises from the ashes of Robin in Old Wounds. A new Boy Wonder takes the mantle in Sins of the Father. A world without Batgirl is explored in Over the Edge. Legends of the Dark Knight gives us multiple versions of the Caped Crusader, and through Make 'em Laugh and Mad Love, Joker and Harley Quinn continue to cause trouble for our heroes. Continuing on with the 2018 Blu-ray release, we're guided through the twists and turns the Bat family encounter on their road to save Gotham. Commentary tracks from Bruce Timm, Paul Dini, Dan Reba, Glenn Murakami, and James Tucker provide deeper insights into these episodes. The final 31 installments will be discussed this year. That's one review per day, all month long. So join me for the last round as we take a look back at this animation touchstone piece by piece in Batmay. We're starting off our final year of covering Batman the Animated Series with the return of a character who wasn't featured enough on this show, that being the John Glover-voiced Riddler.
Greetings, little riddle tykes.
Riddler's reform sees Edward Nygma released from prison and put on parole for good behavior. Cashing in on his villainous persona, Nygma teams up with Charles Baxter, the president of Wacko Toy Corporation, to produce and sell puzzles to Gothamites. Batman doesn't buy Nygma's turn to the straight and narrow and starts to think the Riddler is dropping clues to new crimes in everything from commercials to subtle hints in their interactions. With Edward now in the good graces of Gotham, it's up to the Dark Knight to uncover what his old foe is really up to. This is a simple plot, and one we had seen a different version of in Season 1's Penguin classic, Birds of a Feather. A nemesis of the Caped Crusader has seemingly turned over a new leaf, but Batman is more than skeptical of the situation and keeps the pressure on them until they slip up. Alan Burnett, Paul Dini, and Randy Rogel's story is less rich in the character department than Chuck Menville and Bryn Stevens' Penguin episode, but the execution in Riddler's reform works well with some vintage Batman action and a few very cinematic sequences.
And I'll be waiting.
Great moment there. Credit to director Dan Reba, Don Yang's animation, and the storyboard artists for the strong visuals. It was great to have John Glover back in the Riddler role. He was an underutilized presence in the series, a source of believable menace and sharp comedic timing, especially in this episode.
The last time you delivered one of these, it almost killed Commissioner Gordon.
What's your point?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet the great Batman.
He's here because he hasn't got a clue. Favorite toys? Not like that. You'll break it. Yes. Well,
These toys of yours are brilliant.
Where did you find him, CB? He's so adorable.
who? Me?
Oh, Mr. Riddler, can you tell me what
these do?
Quite the riddle indeed. Another is this episode's title card. The title reads like we're getting multiple Riddlers, but it was just a spelling error, leaving out the apostrophe. Apparently, there's an interview out there with director Dan Reba where he stated they fixed this on subsequent re-airings, but on all the home releases I have and on HBO Max, the typo is intact. While this is the last and perhaps my least favorite of the BTAS Riddler trilogy, it still exemplifies why this version of the character was so definitive. Spoilers from here on out. Now, Riddler's reform pretty much tells us from the beginning that Nigma's new crime-free life is not what it seems. They're not hiding that as a twist, but where Penguin's turn was genuine and tragically undone in Birds of a Feather, Riddler's obsession with outsmarting Batman takes center stage here, as his compulsion can't be contained. Bruce knows this and tells Nigma as much whenever he confronts him.
You and I both know that I'm going to put you away because you can't help yourself. You can't stop.
Riddler managed to get out of Arkham legally, fooling everyone from the doctors to the judge and more. He's living a well-off life with many advantages and even becomes a popular mascot in Gotham. But Bats is right, he just can't help himself. He has to be better than Batman.
There's only one person who's ever been able to challenge me. Batman. He's the only one worthy of the game.
After challenging the world's greatest detective one more time with hints hidden in his latest wacko toy commercial, Batman figures out where Riddler's next crime will take place and ends up at Gotham's Convention Center, where they're holding the International Toy Fair the next day. Riddler springs the trap on Bats and traps him inside with a bomb that explodes before we see Bruce get away. Thinking he's finally defeated his enemy once and for all, Nigma actually gives up his Riddler persona and wants to move on.
Truly, part of me has died tonight. You! I don't believe it!
Of course, Batman survived the blast and gets Nigma to confess his crimes through the same two-way radio Edward used to embarrass the Dark Knight earlier. Riddler is desperate to find out how Batman escaped his perfect plan, but Gotham's Guardian won't tell him, leading Nigma into hysterics all the way back to Arkham, where he screams for an answer.
Somebody tell me how he did it! I have to know!
Later, an injured Dick Grayson asks Bruce just how he was able to walk away from the explosion.
All the exits were locked, and I was out of time. There was only one thing to do. I jumped inside the safe.
A very Indiana Jones 4 way of surviving, but at least it wasn't a nuclear blast. Personally, I think it would have been great if Bruce never said how he got out of there. There's a storytelling benefit to leaving it a mystery that I think could have fit the character perfectly. Maybe leaving a clue at the wreckage as the last shot would have been enough. In all, Riddler's reform is a solid finish to the character's trilogy. As Paul Dini explained in the book Batman Animated, it was tough to come up with smart Riddler stories, which is why he wasn't featured as often as other well-known villains. While it would have been great to get a few more episodes, being 3 for 3 is a good way to go out. Nigma would show up again across the DCAU, but he was never really the focus of any more stories, and his retro design was, well, the less said about that, the better. For now, anyway. Stay tuned throughout the month, Batmaniacs, as we finish up the series and continue to honor the greatest Batman who ever lived. See you next time. It's the second day of this year's Batmay, so it only makes sense that we're covering Second Chance. This episode brings the Two-Face character back to basics by reminding us that beneath all the horrible things the villain has done, Harvey Dent is still in there. It's a great way to continue this character's story and show how it affects both Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson. It would be Dent's final appearance as the focus of an episode before the new Batman adventures. Two-Face has made a lot of progress in his recovery lately, to the point where Dent's big bad Harv persona is almost completely submerged, leaving Harvey to regain some control of his actions. To help the recovery and hopefully destroy his aggressive half, a surgery is planned to heal Dent's scarred face. After he's put under, however, gangsters break into the OR and take Two-Face's unconscious body. Following these developments closely, Batman and Robin intervene, but are unable to stop the masked gunmen, who get away with Dent. The dynamic duo track down a few leads who may have a reason to kidnap Harvey. This includes Robin going after mob leader Rupert Thorne and the Dark Knight interrogating the Penguin in prison. While all this is going on, Wayne and Grayson clash over Bruce's personal stakes in Dent's rescue. It was really nice to see the show acknowledge Harvey and Bruce's past again here. They even go as far as to show a flashback from Season 1's Two-Face Part 1, where Dent is scarred in the first place.
Harvey. No.
Oh yes, one of my favorite line reads in the series was back. Loved hearing it again. Kevin Conroy gave me and my friends and family a fun little phrase there that we still use to this day. Now, the idea of Bruce caring deeply about the well-being of his old friend is the heartbeat of this story. It's something Paul Dini and Michael Reeves obviously made a priority, and Jerry Conway translated well in the teleplay. Conway is a prolific comic book writer. Among other major contributions, he co-created Jason Todd, scripted the death of Gwen Stacy back in 1973, and is credited as creating Peter Parker's clone, known later as Ben Reilly, in 1975. That makes him legendary in my book. However, this was the last of only 2 episodes he wrote for Batman the Animated Series. The first was the Season 1 classic, Appointment in Crime Alley.
Bruce Wayne picked up the tab for this?
Yes.
Good old Bruce, he's never given up on me.
Seeing Harvey come back to the forefront with appreciation for his pre-crime pal felt very gratifying. We had watched Batman/Bruce try time and again to appeal to the good inside Two-Face, including in this episode. But to hear Harvey positively mention Wayne stood out to me after all that time. For his part, Batman is desperate to get Harvey back, since he was on the cusp of finally putting his misdeeds behind him. This leads to a few interesting interactions with Robin after they first failed to stop the abduction.
Sorry I wasn't able to stop him.
I'm sure you did your best.
Don't gush all over me. It's embarrassing.
Sorry. Harvey's my friend. I'm worried about him.
Right, and I'm just the kid in tights.
Was Robin overreacting there? I mean, Bruce has said much worse to him. And how many times have you heard Batman apologize so quickly? Maybe it was written to come off a bit harsher and got lost in the translation from page to screen. This tiff between the dynamic duo comes up again later when Batman thinks he's pinned down Dent's location.
I'll take it from here.
Wait a second. You might need me.
Not this time, Robin. This is something I have to do alone.
Robin has to go it by himself for a portion of this episode. We see this when the Boy Wonder confronts Rupert Thorne after getting captured. His resourcefulness is also on full display in a thrilling scene on the Gotham Gate Bridge, which looks awesome, by the way. I was half expecting the Shadow to show up there.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to fish around here. Can't do it anymore. Know why? Too much garbage.
Did you think you'd get away with it? Did you think I wouldn't know?
Batman's interaction with Penguin at Stonegate Prison is weird. Not bad, but just kind of odd. Penguin has collected a bunch of pigeons that do his bidding by dancing and eventually attacking Batman when Cobblepot denies any knowledge of Harvey's whereabouts.
I'm looking for Two-Face.
Why? Did you lose him?
Spoilers for the remainder of the story. After both leads run dry, Batman has a hunch that turns out to be correct. Harvey is at the partially demolished Half Moon Club, where he and Bruce partied often years ago.
You hated Harvey Dent and would do anything to destroy him. Why not? He was gonna destroy me.
Two-Face arranged his own capture to avoid Harvey's surgery and set out fake clues for Batman and Robin to follow. Batman is outnumbered and forced into one of Two-Face's deadly games of chance with a bomb hanging above him. However, when Dent flips his coin, it lands on edge over and over. Bruce switched the coin in their first struggle. This leads to Bats taking out Two-Face's goons and Harvey himself chasing the coin off the side of the building. Both personalities then fight for control.
Batman, help me! Never!
Following a last-second save from Robin, Batman dives into the urban canyon below to save Two-Face as the bomb explodes. We then cut to Arkham sometime later. Dent is being led back inside, where Bruce Wayne greets him.
Bruce. Good old Bruce. Always there. You never give up on me.
We also get a nice close to Grayson's arc.
He's right. You're always there for him.
Yes. Just like you're always there for me.
Hey, what are friends for?
Love that last shot. This episode handled the theme of being there for a friend even when they're their own worst enemy on two fronts, and it juggled that perfectly. With Boyd Kirkland directing and Todd Hayden providing the music, this also turned into a pretty moody episode from an aesthetic standpoint. We got some great cues from Han, and the settings, blocking, and action sequences do a lot to improve an already well-designed story. This is definitely worth a rewatch to see Two-Face's storyline proceed. I only wish we got a proper resolution for Harvey at some point in this continuity. He really is one of the Batman mythos' most complex characters.
Harvey. No.
Harley's Holiday is another Paul Dini scripted romp for his most well-known creation. It pairs nicely with Quinn's last appearance in Harley Quinnade, as it's filled with hijinks, including some very humorous moments, and even a fair amount of genuine heart. Yet another example of why this character took off like she did. Harley Quinn is declared sane by Arkham Asylum and sent back out into the real world to live as a peaceful citizen. Quinn sincerely wants to stay out of trouble, with Batman himself openly rooting for her. But on her first day out, she stops by a store to buy a dress and leaves without the security tag being removed. This triggers the alarm, and a misunderstanding ensues that results in Quinn donning her makeup and costume, then kidnapping the nearby Veronica Vreeland and stealing her car. Batman and Robin are quickly on the case, but hoping Harley will listen to reason and not make things worse. Soon enough, Quinn has several people after her, not just the dynamic duo. Detective Harvey Bullock, Veronica's father, General Vreeland, and returning gangster Boxy Bennett are all chasing down Quinn at the same time. In a case of trouble finding her, Harley goes on the run with an understanding hostage and a dream of freedom without criminal intent. That sense of fun and a lighter tone than usual is helped by both this episode's director, Kevin Altieri, and the energetic and exaggerated animation. Altieri previously teamed up with Paul Dini on Harley Quinnade, and it shows. Their love for the Quinn character is apparent, and while this didn't do what Mad Love eventually did, Harley's Holiday still adds to Quinn's legend with a step in that deeper direction. Dong Yang was behind the animation, but it doesn't look like one of their typical episodes. This has a much more cartoony vibe to it, with expressions and movements that make it feel like a Looney Tunes short at times. Acme does provide the alarm bell after all. Sometimes this is a good thing and it matches the wacky story we're seeing. Other times it's a little sloppy and breaks from the quality standard we saw from most of the installments around this period. Oh, by the way, in Gotham, I guess you go on blue instead of green. Harley's Holiday is packed with gags that had me laughing, and not all of it involved Harley directly. Take Scarecrow's ranting at the beginning.
I am the master of fear, the lord of despair.
Hi, Professor Crane.
Good evening, child. Worship me, fools! Worship me!
Or this goon knocking himself out instead of waiting for Batman to do it. Also, we get a very Blues Brothers-esque sequence with all these different parties colliding while chasing Harley.
Got you now, you screwy little troublemaking clown.
I'm not sure if this was supposed to be funny, but Batman tries to capture Harley at one point by launching himself into a neon sign. The timing is pretty hilarious. When he's not springing into electric billboards, Kevin Conroy as Batman and Bruce Wayne really shined here. This episode was a perfect showcase for the difference in his clueless Playboy and Dark Knight voices.
Don't I know you?
I don't think so.
Something about that chin.
Miss, please. I'm sure this has all been a simple misunderstanding.
Sounds like Harley didn't waste any time getting into trouble.
She's good at that.
Also, the character's compassion is on full display. In contrast to his attitude towards the Penguin and Riddler, he is in full support of Harley's release from incarceration. He knows that Quinn isn't rotten to her core like her corruptor, the Joker. No, if given the chance, Harleen Quinzel can do the right thing. as seen to some degree in Batman's experience with her as an ally. He's on her side.
All the work you've done, your freedom. If you run away, you'll lose them, Harley. You're so close to winning back your real life. Why risk it now?
The ending conversation between the two is one of the more heartfelt Batman scenes in the series, and no one could deliver it like Mr. Conroy.
I know what it's like to try and rebuild a life. I had a bad day too, once.
One could see this as a reference to the Killing Joke comic storyline, where Joker famously talks about his one bad day and how that's all it takes to drive someone off the deep end. Listening to Batman twist that into a way of relating to one of his enemies is the Caped Crusader at his most inspiring, even if Harley makes it weird by making out with Batman right after. In any case, this installment had strong pacing and frequent zany action that bolstered an already solid script. The comedy works, the emotion doesn't feel forced or phony, and it features strong vocal performances. Most importantly, it further progresses Harley Quinn as a character. Next time you have a day off, pop on Harley's Holiday and join Miss Quinzel on a fun and earnest ride.
Who dresses you anyway? Alfred?
Lockup features another Paul Dini creation that was eventually used in the DC Comics universe main continuity. Popular, well-known characters like Renee Montoya, Harley Quinn, and Lyle Bolton all were adapted. Okay, so Bolton, aka the titular Lockup, may not be as well known as the first two listed there. Was he interesting enough to warrant use in more stories? Lyle Bolton is the overzealous chief of security at Arkham Asylum, who tortures the inmates there. He's so cruel that an inquest is set up to address allegations made against him. Most of the patients are too afraid to speak against their tormentor, but when the ventriloquist of all people desperately calls him out, the other inmates admit to his brutal behavior, and Bolton is fired. Showing his true colors, Lyle lunges at his accusers and gets in a physical altercation with the orderlies, all while threatening the criminals.
You're all scum! You should be beaten within an inch of your misbegotten lives!
In a rant that reverberates around the asylum, Bolton expands his hatred from the inmates to include what he considers the true cause of Gotham's problems.
The gutless police, mindless bureaucrats, and coddling doctors!
He even blames the news for their coverage of Gotham's lawbreakers.
Look at the way these monsters are turned into heroes. It all starts with the permissive liberal media.
6 months then pass. When a kidnapping attempt on reporter Summer Gleason occurs, Batman springs into action. The perpetrator is a large armored figure named Lockup, who Batman quickly identifies as Lyle Bolton. Bolton gets away with Gleason and, soon after, also abducts Arkham's Dr. Bartholomew, Commissioner Gordon, and Mayor Hill. It's up to Batman and Robin to track down Lockup's personal prison and stop his warped, barbaric way of cleaning up the city.
Another fine villain made possible by a grant from the Wayne Foundation.
That's right, Lyle was brought into Arkham by a Wayne Foundation grant. I think that informs some of Bruce's mindset here. He was probably hoping to get someone at Arkham who could keep the prisoners from constantly escaping. After all,
before I came here, Arkham was a revolving door for every maniac in Gotham.
It's a great point that I'm glad the show started addressing. How long can innocent people keep getting hurt by the same offenders before someone takes more drastic steps than Batman to stop them? While Batman can of course be very aggressive in his apprehension of these criminals, we've seen him be compassionate to them when necessary. Harley's Holiday and Second Chance both just showed that.
I've seen how you treat your prisoners. Forgotten and scared. Without hope or compassion.
Can it be you actually care for those creatures?
Fighting fire with fire may not sound bad in the moment, but Bolton's way of doing things would have probably only escalated Gotham's problems.
This city is an open wound begging to be stitched.
When he goes after the figureheads of the government, the media, and the police force, he crosses another line that makes him clearly in the wrong. If they wanted to make him more sympathetic and blur the line a bit more, adding a personal connection to one of the tragedies someone like Joker or Scarecrow committed could have had us on his side a bit more. But as adult as BTAS could be, I'm not sure this kind of moral gray area would have gone over well at Fox Kids at the time. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure Paul Dini, writers Marty Eisenberg and Robert N. Skur, and director Dan Reba knew what kind of story they wanted to tell. And it works. Lockup certainly brought up some interesting points of view that I was excited to talk about here. This was the last episode Eisenberg and Skur helped write for the show, following His Silicon Soul and What Is Reality. They have a strong body of work there and would return for an episode of Superman the Animated Series. After following a few clues, the dynamic duo discover Bolton is holding his prisoners on a decommissioned ship, the USS Halsey. That same ship was used to hold inmates while Stonegate Penitentiary was being constructed, and Bolton was the security chief for the whole operation. Our heroes tussle with Lockup, which sends the ship off course and into a patch of sharp rocks. They cut into the hull and begin to sink the Halsey. Batman and Bolton battle as Robin rescues the prisoners. Eventually, the Dark Knight bests Lockup in an unseen underwater fight, and the day is saved. Ironically, Bolton is sent to Arkham Asylum, where he's locked in with the same people he mistreated. But Lyle seems ready for the challenge, as the episode concludes.
Now I can keep an eye on everyone. They'll never slip past me again.
I enjoyed Lockup for the reasons stated earlier. While it doesn't crack my favorites list, it's worth a recommendation. A new, under-the-radar, long-lasting character was created who is still used once in a while in the comics. It's got a few funny moments, especially with Scarface and the ventriloquist.
Mr. Bolton, he's a hard worker, a real stand-up guy. No complaints here, Chief. He held me over a can filled with termites. You hear me? Termites!
The music by Christopher Carter and Brian Langsbard had some great moments as well. Their use of the Batman theme in one particular scene was fantastic. If there's anything to complain about in this episode, it's minor. The animation could have been stronger, and I usually dislike when someone not on the same level as Batman gets the one-up on him in a fair physical altercation, but that only really happens once and doesn't affect the positive outlook I had on this installment. Find this one, lock it down, and check it out. You didn't think we'd get through the first week of Batmay without a Joker episode, did you? Make 'Em Laugh brings the Clown Prince of Crime back in a significant role for the first time since Harley Quinn. This is also the last time we'd see him in one of his own stories looking like this. Yes, the dreaded redesign for this character is coming, but for now, he still looks as puckish as ever. Batman and Robin begin investigating a string of crimes perpetrated by famous comedians in gimmicky costumes. Well, more gimmicky than usual. Mostly. The likes of the Condiment King, the Pack Rat, and Mighty Mom appear in Gotham, holding up citizens and causing general chaos. Besides the fact that they're all well-known, successful comedians, there is another obvious connection made between these previously law-abiding comics. They're all judges on Gotham's annual Laugh-Off competition, where the prize of funniest person in the city is awarded to the winner. Alfred and Dick Grayson are actually fans of the yearly show and bought tickets to the now canceled event. They taped last year's festivities, and Alfred mentions he saw something intriguing upon rewatching it. So, the dynamic duo pop the cassette into the Batcomputer and indeed see something a bit uncanny. Randy Rogel co-wrote this episode with Paul Dini, who was clearly getting more responsibility during this season. Dini had some involvement on the writing of 12 of the 20 Season 2 episodes. Make 'Em Laugh is Rogel's final installment of the series in the production order, although he would return to co-write the animated feature Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero, with this episode's director, the late great Boyd Kirkland. Rogel's work on the Two-Face two-parter, the Robin's Reckoning episodes, and Paging the Crime Doctor should be especially commended. They're among my favorite installments of the whole series. Boyd Kirkland also turned in his final piece here before coming back to direct and co-write the Mr. Freeze movie. He helmed 21 episodes in total, including plenty of all-time fan favorites. It's Never Too Late, Appointment in Crime Alley, Perchance to Dream, Beware the Grey Ghost, I Am the Night, His Silicon Soul, Harley and Ivy, and many more are in his filmography. For this episode, Dini and Rogel had a solid Joker scheme that, through Kirkland's direction, turned into a very entertaining story. So, let's talk about the
Condiment King.
It's gonna be one of those nights.
Still used in memes today, the Condiment King might be the most well-known part of this installment. He's even made a few comic book appearances and is the Batman star, Robert Pattinson's, favorite Dark Knight villain.
I knew you'd catch up to me sooner or later. How I've relished this meeting.
His whole part of the episode is pretty hilarious. The output of those ketchup and mustard guns literally lift people off the ground, and he shuts someone up by squirting hot sauce in their mouth.
I'm the Prince of Pickles, Sultan of Sauce!
Kudos to the team for making such a purposely goofy one-off character work as well as he did. The Pack Rat isn't nearly as funny, but he is more deadly since he's armed with a real gun. While more likely to kill, including a surprisingly close call with Alfred at one point, he doesn't steal anything of value. At least, not to us.
Your trash is my treasure. Gum wrappers, loose string, those little balls of lint. None of that cash stuff.
The third villain, Mighty Mom, is really just here to do this.
Naughty boy, Mama spit.
Yeah. These three fictional comedians were based on real ones. Buddy Standler, aka Condiment King, was supposedly based on Buddy Hackett, Harry Loomis, aka Pack Rat, on Jerry Lewis, and Lisa Lorraine, aka Mighty Mom, on Lisa Lampanelli. But I also got the vibe of someone else in her scenes.
You'll get oatmeal and like it. Listen, Eddie, if they expect me to judge that stupid laugh off of them, they better be prepared to pay.
Might just be me, but the early 90s version of Roseanne Barr looked to be an additional inspiration. After stopping the Pack Rat, Batman discovers a mind-controlling microchip attached to comedian Harry Loomis's neck. This instantly has our heroes thinking the Mad Hatter is behind these recent disturbances. However, when they visit Jervis Tetch in Arkham Asylum, he's unresponsive and found to have his own microchip stuck to his body. Later, when watching last year's laugh-off competition for clues, the Bat family sees one unruly performer getting kicked off the stage and vowing revenge on the judges. There's something familiar about him.
Without the hat and different hair.
The Joker!
Yep, they use the old Mask of the Phantasm way of seeing through the J-Man's disguise.
Is something wrong?
Maybe. Oh no!
Joker and his goons take over the current laugh-off competition so he can be named the funniest person in Gotham. As he tosses laughing gas into the crowd, Batman and Robin intervene. Joker then sicks the newly brainwashed Mighty Mom on the duo and attempts to flee. While Robin frees Lisa Lorraine of her microchip, Batman, and later the Boy Wonder, fight Mr. J on top of a giant parade balloon. This eventually leads to Joker being embarrassed in front of a large crowd and arrested on the spot, ending his quest to steal the title of Gotham's most humorous human. Joker's pretty great here, with Mark Hamill flexing his vocal muscles as his comedian alias.
Smiling Shecky Rimshot. Ba-dum-bum.
When Shecky makes his return at the new laugh-off, Joker's full reveal was a standout moment.
Funny thing happened to me on the way to the theater last year. 3 no-talent hacks tried to stop me from winning. But guess what? I'm back.
One could draw a comparison to The Killing Joke here, with a character portraying a failed stand-up comic before the chemical fall that changed his life in that book's story. It did cross my mind, but honestly, I think that's a stretch. Showing Joker so desperate to be the funniest person in Gotham that he dons a disguise to do stand-up is a solid concept on its own. The criminal's ultimate revenge on the judges was to brainwash them into being pathetic villains themselves. Another unique and brilliant idea displaying this Joker's pettiness. On a few other final notes, I liked how the climax took place on a huge clown balloon, maybe harkening back to Batman '89. And there was a clever Riddler Easter egg hidden in the background of Lorraine's apartment scene.
Riddle number
3175 3701.
They slipped in Riddler's Wacko Toy Corporation commercial from Riddler's Reform. Nice touch. I wouldn't consider Make 'em Laugh on the same level as the best Joker episodes in this show, but it is a really good conceit for a story that was an abundantly fun watch. Give yourself a chuckle and seek it out.
Dying is easy. Comedy is hard.
So like many of you, I love Heart of Ice. It's such a phenomenally conceptualized and executed episode. Mr. Freeze was reinvented and made into one of the most tragic and layered villains in Batman's rogues gallery. Everything from the exceptional animation, even by this show's standards, to the writing and vocal performances made it a classic. The follow-up to Victor Freeze's arc didn't come for over 2 years. Admittedly, Deep Freeze is not a story that I would have expected as a sequel, but man do I love it. The main idea is a bit goofy, but still well within the bounds of the show, and it has this twisted, bizarre vibe that makes it unique as it firmly progresses Freeze's character. In some ways, I actually like it better than Heart of Ice for the wild risks it took and pulled off. Gotta give credit to Paul Dini and Bruce Timm for thinking of such a strange tale. When a robot breaks a terrified Mr. Freeze out of Arkham Asylum, Batman and Robin consult their old friend Carl Rossum about the machine's design. Rossum says he once created a similar prototype for theme park mogul Grant Walker, but it's been heavily modified. Walker is revealed to be the one who kidnapped Freeze and has him transported to his new park, Oceana. The now elderly idealist has been infatuated with Victor Freeze's work for years, and even gives the Doctor an exact replica of his armored suit, complete with freeze gun. Due to the accident that transformed his body, Victor's aging process has slowed to a crawl, making him nearly immortal. And that's what Walker is after. More time to complete his work, and essentially live forever. Details are then shared about Grant's grand plan for the world. Oceana is to be the last vestige of hand-picked humanity after a giant ice cannon on top of the park freezes the rest of what's referred to as a violent and hateful world. But first, Walker needs Victor's help to recreate the freezing procedure. The Doctor refuses to be involved until Grant discloses that he has Victor's wife, Nora. She's still alive in suspended animation after being thought dead in Freeze's original accident.
I have the technology to restore her, my friend. All you have to do is grant my wish.
Very well.
Let's talk about this episode's evil Walt Disney. Grant Walker is a fascinating villain who I really wish we got more of. Apparently, he did pop up in the Batman Adventures comic series, but I mean in animation or beyond, this guy could have been a long-lasting character. Dini and Timm took so much from Disney's public persona that it's hilarious and brilliant at the same time. The whole concept of an idealized future and the building of a city that embodies positive progress is straight from the man himself.
Our experimental prototype city of tomorrow. We call it Epcot. It will never cease to be a living blueprint of the future, where people actually live a life they can't find anywhere else in the world. Everything in Epcot will be dedicated to the happiness of the people who will live, work, and play here.
I decided to build a city where good folks can live in peace. A new Garden of Eden, you might say. My world will have no crime, violence, or pain.
You can add free will to that list, too.
A small price to pay for order.
It's such a great idea to twist with a few what-ifs. This is like if Walt had lived for another decade or so and totally lost it. But besides the design of the character and a more sinister take on his general values, my favorite thing they did with him is incorporate the urban legend of Walt cryogenically freezing himself, specifically his head, to be resurrected when medicine advances. Tons of people have had fun with that myth over the years, but the fact that Deep Freeze is a Mr. Freeze episode where the Walt Disney stand-in wants to be frozen to live longer is genius.
Look at me, Mr. Freeze. I'm an old man. I've created wonders in my lifetime, but there is still so much to do.
The Disney parodies don't even end with Walker himself. The returning Carl Rossum brings up his former employment.
I was one of Walker's original Visioneers, constructing and programming the animatronic figures he used in his park attractions.
Rossum's time as this world's version of an Imagineer was the perfect way to tie him into the story, but his Easter eggs don't stop with just Disney.
Greetings, Dynamic Duo. I'm your biggest fan.
Yes, we get a malfunctioning toy Batmite in this episode, complete with his own cheery version of the animated series Batman theme. And that's not all. Mr. Mxyzptlk, Crypto, and even Streaky the Super Cat all make cameos as a few of Rossum's toy designs. The robot that abducts Mr. Freeze even reminds me a bit of the Fleischer Superman robots from the Mechanical Monsters. The design isn't the same, but how it captures Freeze by placing him in a compartment in its chest vaguely reminded me of that Superman short. If those weren't enough outside references, the Rossum character is of course still an ode to both voice actor William Sanderson's role in Blade Runner and the 1921 play Rossum's Universal Robots. Plus, Oceana is an obvious reference to George Orwell's 1984. This installment is just packed with little nuggets like that. In the production order, this ended up being the last DCAU directing job for Kevin Altieri. Behind Boyd Kirkland, he was the most prolific director of the original series, and his quality of work speaks for itself. From the very beginning, with On Leather Wings and The Cat in the Claw Part 1, through Two-Face, Heart of Steel, many more, and the last episode produced here, Altieri's legacy is extremely important to Batman the Animated Series, and what would become the DC Animated Universe. Spoilers for the ending from here on out. Batman and Robin eventually infiltrate Oceana, but are captured upon hearing about Walker's dastardly plan. After Freeze aids Walker in becoming like him, frozen in flesh and age, Batman tries to convince Victor to help him stop Grant. However, Freeze only cares about saving his wife.
She'll wake up in a dead, frozen world that you helped destroy. You think you're alone now? Wait until she learns the truth.
The good that's left inside of Mr. Freeze prevails, as he agrees to end Walker's doomsday plans. He frees the dynamic duo, encases Walker in ice, and begins the destruction of Oceana. As Walker's chosen few escape, Freeze rejects Batman's plea to leave the imploding theme park. Wanting to stay with Nora, he freezes Robin so the Dark Knight won't follow him, and longingly stares at his wife while Oceana is obliterated. Walker is then shown trapped in ice as he falls deeper into the ocean, with the debris of his depraved idyllic society plummeting all around him. Later on, after we see that Dick Grayson is warm, safe, and sound, Freeze and Nora are seen floating in the Arctic, encased inside a large icicle. A grieving Victor reaches out for his wife's hand behind the glass, as the episode ends. Lost in this review so far are my thoughts on Mr. Freeze himself. He was sympathetic in Heart of Ice, but we see compassion from him here on several occasions. First, when he warns Walker against becoming what he's become.
I want to live like this, abandoned and alone. A prisoner in a world you can see but never touch. I'd trade 1,000 of my frozen years for your worst day.
And later, when Freeze goes back on his word to Walker in order to take him down.
This is my dream, my vision. I cheated death to make it real, and you won't stop me.
You may live forever, Grant Walker, but your mad dream dies now.
Great sequence there. The reveal of Nora through her salvation at the hands of Walker also created some iconic imagery. We would see the culmination of Freeze's arc in the original BTAS and the delayed 1998 feature Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero. However, as most of us know, the character also went on to be incorporated into the new Batman Adventures and Batman Beyond. Deep Freeze is one of those installments that feels like a mini-movie, with a big climax that has us asking more questions about if and when Freeze would return. Aside from the villain and all the other references, I just love the design of Oceana and how it's all set up. It's fun to wonder who exactly all those people were who were going to let the world freeze as they became a permanent part of Walker's mad scheme, too. I guess they'd be the equivalent of obsessive Disney Park mega fans being the first to experience a new attraction, except this attraction is witnessing an apocalyptic new ice age. Or maybe they'd all be Club 33 members. Yeah, sounds about right. We may only be 1 week into Batmay 2023, but Batgirl Returns already marks the end of an era for Batman the Animated Series. This was the final episode produced for the original run of the show, and it was the last time we saw or heard a lot of aspects that made the series what it was, including some characters, voice actors, and of course, this particular design style. Was this installment a good send-off for this version of the legendary animated program? Let's re-examine and find out. Bruce Wayne is out of the country on company business, leaving Robin and Batgirl to fend for themselves in protecting Gotham. Bored studying for her midterms at Gotham State University, Barbara Gordon decides to investigate the recently stolen priceless jade cat from a university museum. To her surprise, she finds Catwoman at the scene, conducting her own investigation. Claiming she didn't steal the jade cat, Catwoman and Batgirl almost get into an altercation before Robin shows up to escalate the situation. Selina Kyle then quickly flees the museum. The next day, after gymnastics practice, Barbara finds a cat-shaped note on the message board. It reads, "To the Winged Mouse, Bayshore Pier, tonight." That evening, Catwoman proposes a team-up to find the priceless statuette. Batgirl only agrees after Selina consents to turning herself into the authorities if Barbara finds out she's lying. They shake on it and begin the hunt. Their first stop? The Stacked Deck, a sleazy dive that may just have the information they need to find their thief. Melissa Gilbert played Batgirl/Barbara Gordon for the final time here. I thought she was a decent enough choice for the character, and I appreciate how she made her voice a little deeper when Babs had the cowl on.
Math. Why did it have to be math?
Catwoman, I presume.
She did not return in the Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero feature or any other DCAU project after this episode, being replaced by the late Mary Kay Bergman, and after that, Tara Strong, Stockard Channing, and Angie Harmon. But her legacy within this show is well preserved in her 6 installments. Teaming up to write the finale here were Michael Reeves and Brynne Stevens. They worked together previously on Sideshow. Stevens once again returned for a Batgirl-centric story, this time with Catwoman co-leading. All 7 of her episodes were memorable and had a bit of a different tone to the writing style. My personal favorite is still probably her first 2-parter, Heart of Steel. I've brought up Michael Reeves a bunch in these videos. He had a hand in writing some of the best installments of the series and did a great job with this one. Outside the show, in addition to co-writing Mask of the Phantasm and Mystery of the Batwoman, he also has a story credit in an issue of the Batman Adventures comic series. Appropriately, the last episode produced was directed by Dan Reba. This was the 10th show he helmed overall, and 6th in the 2nd season alone. Considering how involved he was in the DCAU moving forward, this ended up being a good choice. We can give him credit for some of the fantastic-looking sequences that occur throughout, but the animation itself may very well be the true star of Batgirl Returns. As they were with almost every other Season 2 episode, Dong Yang was responsible for the animation. But this might very well be their finest-looking work, because some of these scenes are gorgeous. Casual facial expressions and body movements pop off the screen with energy, especially for Catwoman. But the action pieces really stand out too. The fluidity and crisp quality they exude are stunning. Even the shadow work is taken to another level, especially inside the stacked deck. I'm not sure if they knew this was the last episode of the series and they put extra effort in or what, but the results are phenomenal. Everyone involved here deserves credit, from the storyboard and background artists to all who worked on it from Dong Yang. This really is a top-tier looking episode. In a similar way, Harvey Cohen killed it with his music composition, jumping around from character theme to character theme seamlessly and creating an impressive score that made all these scenes even more exciting and dramatic. I always enjoy the Batgirl theme, so hearing that mixed with cues for Catwoman and Robin was really fun. Plus, there's one particular movement that I really loved. Isolated, this little sequence honestly could have been a Superman theme. I suppose we should talk about the opening dream sequence, where Batgirl almost kisses Batman. It starts off with another superbly animated confrontation featuring the Dark Knight, Penguin, Joker, and Two-Face. Before Barbara is woken up by Dick Grayson outside her dorm room window, we see that Miss Gordon clearly already has a thing for Batman. Now, this could have just been a crush that faded over time, but since this continuity kept going, you can consider this foreshadowing, for better or worse. One small question I had was how Catwoman knew to leave a note for Batgirl outside Barbara's gymnastics class if she doesn't know her true identity. She could actually know, I guess, but I'm pretty sure she'd be acting differently if she knew she had the police commissioner's daughter jumping off rooftops with her.
The cops are a joke, especially that senile fool, Gordon.
I'm assuming Selina deduced Batgirl as a gymnast on the GSU campus and just left the note there in hopes the girl behind the bat would see it. After squeezing some info out of a criminal known as the Chemist, Catwoman and Batgirl get into a bar brawl with the unscrupulous clientele at the stacked deck. The police soon show up and chase the pair until the women make a risky getaway. Catwoman follows their new lead to the abandoned Daggett Industries chemical factory, where they find the Jade Cat in a safe. Unfortunately, Roland Daggett and a few of his thugs are there waiting. Daggett admits he stole the Jade Cat in an attempt to throw the cops off his trail and onto Catwoman's. After his last encounter with Batman, Daggett's legal fees drained him of his entire fortune. Selling the statuette is supposed to replenish his wealth in an attempt to regain power in Gotham. Before he has the girls killed, Robin enters the fray again, and another battle ensues. This leads to Catwoman besting Daggett and running off with the Jade Cat, proving she just teamed up with Barbara in order to get the statuette herself. Batgirl is able to catch up with Kyle, though, and recovers the invaluable prize. Keeping to their deal, Catwoman agrees to turn herself in. As the police drive her away, she suddenly takes over the vehicle and boots the cops from it.
I said I'd let them take me, but I didn't say how far.
Batgirl and Robin watch as she gets away, promising a future confrontation where Selina Kyle will face proper justice.
No! If you let him fall, you're no better than he is. Oh, grow up.
Catwoman and Batgirl's odd couple dynamic is what works most about this story. It proves even more that Barbara had the integrity to be in this for the long haul. She probably even had more potential than Robin to be an effective crime fighter. That's something you can argue was proved later on in this timeline. The inclusion of Roland Daggett's swan song was another stroke of strong storytelling from Reeves and Stevens. I love the dialogue references to that same building being the place where Daggett invented the facial cream that turned Matt Hagen into Clayface, and where he developed the virus from cat scratch fever. I always remembered Daggett as a bigger presence on the show, but he was only in 7 episodes total. While he would not show up again in the DCAU, his late great voice actor, Ed Asner, would. When you think about it, Daggett was one of the most morally bankrupt antagonists Batman fought in this series. He was a ruthless businessman with the power to fight the Caped Crusader and Bruce Wayne while ruining countless lives in the process. His downfall being explained was appreciated, and we saw him taken down for the final time. But not without a few good lines first.
So what are you going to do? Leave us hanging over one of these vats with acid burning through the rope?
You crime-fighting types are very resourceful. So I'll just have my men shoot you and throw your bodies into the vats. There's still enough acid residue in them to destroy the evidence.
On a final note, I love how they slipped in the Captain Marvel Shazam villain design for Dr. Savannah as the chemist character. A nice reference that was apparently on purpose and brought a smile to my face. Batgirl Returns isn't the absolute best episode we ever got, but it's important for many reasons, and if you're a fan of the show, it's a must-watch. And with that, Batmaniacs, we close out the reviews for the first run of Batman the Animated Series. When I think of the DCAU version of this character, these designs, this world, and this vibe is what always comes to mind first. Bruce Timm, Paul Dini, Kevin Conroy, Mark Hamill, Lauren Lester, Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., and plenty of other voice actors and behind-the-scenes folks carried on with a ton more Batman adventures, but in my opinion, nothing ever topped these 85 episodes on the whole. They're quite simply brilliant. With that out of the way, who's ready to talk some more Batman? Next time, we kick off a new era with the new Batman Adventures. See you then. We have reached a new age in the history of the Dark Knight, my fellow Batmaniacs. This episode etched into history the beginning of the new Batman adventures. Before we talk about Holiday Nights itself, I think we need to set the table for this seismic shift. Our beloved Batman the Animated Series stopped production in 1994 after 2 wonderful seasons and 85 game-changing episodes. Almost immediately after its cancellation at Fox Kids, most of the production team continued on to develop Superman the Animated Series for Kids WB. Notable exceptions were BTAS co-creator Eric Radomski and director Kevin Altieri, among others. Altieri did get a nice shout-out in Holiday Nights, by the way.
Altieri fades back, looking for an opening.
The Superman show debuted in September of 1996 with the Bruce Timm design style streamlined and adapted to fit the tone they went on to explore. According to the book Batman Animated, written by Paul Dini, that same year, Warner Bros. Approached the team about making a direct-to-video Batman animated film to tie into 1997's theatrical release, Batman and Robin. They wanted the dynamic duo to face off against one of the villains featured in the upcoming live-action effort. So, after a turned-down Bane story, director Boyd Kirkland and writer-producer Randy Rogel focused on Mr. Freeze, and the Sub-Zero movie was born. An important storyline in this film relates directly to Holiday Nights, so we'll come back to that later. The 1997 scheduled release for the second BTAS movie was delayed to the following year, possibly because of the bad reception Batman and Robin received. We had to wait a while to see that film, but in 1996, the decision was made to create more Batman episodes to coincide with reruns of BTAS that started to air on Kids WB, and also, again, to help synergize with the B&R movie. Warner wanted a particular focus on Batgirl, who was being built up in live action at the time, along with a stronger emphasis on the other characters who surrounded the Caped Crusader. While simultaneously producing the Superman series, the crew were drawn back into Gotham for more late nights and intrigue. But this time, Gotham and its inhabitants were going to look quite different. Paul Dini mentions in Batman Animated that Bruce Timm wasn't content keeping the same design as the original run, so he altered the look of everything. Less line work, less detail, and more stylized. This made the characters look closer to the ones in Superman, which of course helped on the episodes that crossed them over. Notably, Gotham itself was given a red night sky to create the feeling of an urban hellscape. Next came naming the show. Deciding to set it apart from the first series, they originally came up with Gotham Knights. That name has been used for several Batman-related projects since, including the recent video game, but ultimately, it lost out to the more obvious New Batman Adventures. So how did I feel back then, and how do I feel now about these alterations? Well, my opinion really hasn't changed much since the late 90s/early 2000s. We had some incredible episodes come from this time period, and the voice acting was almost always as good as ever, but sometimes there was a noticeable difference in quality. Not every episode of the first batch were home runs, but you could usually at least rely on the atmosphere to satisfy and not be disappointed. TNBA didn't always achieve that base standard. I don't have a major issue with the redesigned environment, I even kind of like that blood red sky aesthetic, but some of the characters' new looks still irk me. I'll address them specifically as they come up throughout the rest of the month. There's actually a lot to dive into about that in the premiere episode here. Taking place about 2 to 3 years after the second season of Batman the Animated Series, Holiday Nights is divided into 3 separate stories, with an epilogue at the end. Part 1 begins on December 22nd, which sees Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy hatch a scheme to kidnap Bruce Wayne. At a local upper crust party, Ivy kisses him with lipstick containing a mind-controlling agent. Against his will, the pair then take Wayne on a massively expensive shopping spree, where he's forced to pick up the tab. Eventually, Bruce is able to put some distance between him and the criminals as Batman emerges to stop them. Poison Ivy was among the most drastic of the redesigns. Her femme fatale look was completely disposed of in favor of a much smaller build with dead white skin, black lips, and darker red hair. In Batman Animated, Paul Dini explained Bruce Timm's reasoning for this significant revamp. Quote, "Displeased with the way Ivy was animated in shows like Eternal Youth, as a busty Amazon who could have flattened Batman just by turning around, Bruce reworked her into the small but deadly nymph-like being we had imagined all along." End quote. I rewatched a few scenes from Eternal Youth for reference, and while this is an obvious over-exaggeration, the original design of Ivy really worked best in her first appearance, Pretty Poison, and her vignette in the classic Almost Got Him episode. That design was created for stories with those kinds of tones, and seeing it in other environments didn't always serve the character well, so I get Tim's point. This Ivy is sleeker, more undead looking, and threatening. I can appreciate that. What I think does not work as well with the redesign is Diane Pershing's voice. She was cast to fit the previous look and matched it perfectly. While her delivery is always great, I think recasting her voice to fit the new model may have been beneficial. After all, this may not be the original Poison Ivy anyway. Check out my review of House and Garden to be reminded of the comic book that suggested the real Ivy never appeared in the new Batman adventures. I believe this is the first time we saw her use a mind-controlling kiss in this continuity. All the other times she did it, it was to kill or poison somebody. The first one that comes to mind is her debut story with Harvey Dent. She does mind-control people in the comics, of course. The best example that springs forth for me is in Batman Hush. Batman's new appearance isn't really that new. Yes, he's more smoothed out like the rest of the show, but the all-black cape and cowl and large bat logo on his chest is vintage stuff. We'd even seen a similar look in the Season 1 episode, Robin's Reckoning Part 2. I'm partial to the original design and even the further developed one from Justice League myself. It's just always nice to have that dark blue highlight on the cowl and some yellow around the bat symbol, but this is a nice look. Bruce's redesign was a tad more noticeable. Gone was the chocolate and mustard suit with loosely combed hair and black eyes. Dark suits, slicked back hair, sharp lines, and piercing bright blue eyes were in its place. I'm not a big fan of this overhaul. There's just not enough detail there for me. And I know that's the point, but I could have used something to distinguish him from any other handsome male. Justice League returned his black eyes, which I like way more. Besides getting one-upped out of costume and losing control of his own body for a bit, there's nothing out of the ordinary happening with Bruce or Batman here. Although Harley and Ivy proved a force to be reckoned with, both psychologically and physically. Veronica Vreeland makes a small appearance with the new design as well. She's not a huge presence on the show, but she's recurring enough to be mentionable. Vreeland doesn't look too much different from before, just less detailed. Same with Harley Quinn. Nothing major was adjusted in or out of costume. It is kind of sad to see that Harley had regressed as a character, though. They traded in the work they did in episodes like Harley's Holiday and Harley Quinade for shortcuts to buddy comedy and casual mentions of murder.
We killed him.
Oh well. We were going to do it anyway.
We got his credit cards, what's to worry?
It's cool to see her back with Ivy. I mean, their first big show together was an influential all-timer, and who knows, maybe she's been kissed and is under Ivy's control too, but as is, Harley's arc turning backwards made the fresh Quinn seem a bit hollow. An episode of her falling back to the dark side for real would have been nice. Since we've jumped ahead a few years from the last time we saw her though, I suppose that gap could be a fine enough avenue to explain this away. Overall, this segment was okay, nothing great, but man, that fashion show montage goes on for way too long. Part 2 starts on Christmas Eve at Mayfield's shopping center. Barbara Gordon is picking up a last-minute Christmas gift as Harvey Bullock and Renee Montoya perform undercover duties to hopefully spot a recent serial shoplifter. They seem to find their culprits in a quartet of kids, but the children in question turn out to be manifestations of Clayface in disguise. He attacks the cops and commences destroying the store when Barbara jumps into action as Batgirl. The trio of crime fighters then battle it out with the resurrected Matt Hagen. They explain Clayface's comeback in a show down the road, so fear not, his survival after Mudslide is explained then. Here, we catch a little preview of some abilities we haven't seen him fully use yet. Did I mention it's always great to have Ron Perlman back? Ho, ho, ho! The Clayface theme is one of my favorites, so to hear Shirley Walker play that again got me more into his reveal too. The redesign on Hagen was just a simpler and darker redo. I will say the animation team was clearly trying, yet the detail that used to go into his transformations is sadly lacking. Going from this to this is a bit of a letdown. I loved Bullock and Montoya here as Santa and his elf. Great chemistry as usual, and Bullock especially had a few moments to shine.
Yeah, you big crybaby. Next!
You're not the real Santa Claus.
Sure I am. Want to see my gun? Ow! Poor kid. I sent her old man up the river 3 months ago. Here, kid. Buy yourself something nice.
Thank you, Santa. Don't waste your ammo on him. Shoot the Santa.
You wouldn't.
Not you, dope.
However, he does look like Jabba the Claus sitting there in his redesigned dimensions. While I always liked Melissa Gilbert, Tara Strong is the most recognizable voice of Batgirl to me. It was great to hear her in the role. I love Batgirl's redesigned costume as well. This was possibly the biggest improvement. The gray and blue Batman clone was okay, but all black with yellow and blue accents is so much more striking. It was also exciting to see her help take down a big villain like Clayface without Batman or Dick Grayson's Robin. This little story was a big win for Batgirl.
Once you two are out of the way, ain't gonna be no one to stop me.
Don't bet on it, Gruesome.
Part 3 happens on New Year's Eve. Joker threatens to ring in January 1st with mass murder. After a menacing new warning on TV, he kills Dr. John Erickson, a pioneer in sonic research, and steals a new superweapon he was working on, a sonic bomb that releases waves of hypersound that can kill anyone within earshot, unless they're wearing special ear mufflers. Joker hijacks the New Year's countdown at Gotham Square, where he plans to set off the bomb. Batman and Robin have to navigate a Joker-masked, crowded downtown to halt the Clown Prince of Crime's latest atrocity. Joker's redesign is bad. We all know it. We've all said it 1,000 times. The weird white eyes sunken into black triangles, no red lips. It is worth noting that in some of the original art models, he did at least have the red lips, but they were removed in the series for reasons. This is another design that Justice League and Return of the Joker brought back around and improved, making him look like more of a clown again than a demonic mime. But whatever, Mark Hamill is still in there and kills it as usual. Literally this time. Yeah, the censors at Kids WB were looser than the ones at Fox Kids, so they could show images like this and actually say they were dead. The fights also seem to be a bit more intense, with punches and kicks landing in full view. Putting younger characters in more danger wasn't an issue either, which brings us to the new Robin. This is the first appearance of Tim Drake's Boy Wonder in the DCAU. We didn't know much about him yet, and he's never seen out of costume. However, we would get some background on him soon. In Holiday Nights, he comes off as a more eager and curious Robin than Dick Grayson usually did. I like his design without the green in the suit, and while he comes off as more playful, he's still taken seriously in a fight. Commissioner Gordon looks older and more worn down. I thought that was appropriate. He's been doing this for a long time, and just seems like he's going to go until the wheels fall off. Thank goodness they kept Bob Hastings around. He's great as usual in the role. Batman and Robin end up stopping the Joker just in time as Gotham's New Year's bell falls and cracks on top of him. The countdown is pretty tense, with Batman just barely shorting out the bomb mechanism as he's shot in the shoulder. It's kind of odd how all the attendees in the crowd willingly put on Joker masks before midnight, making him hard to locate. Maybe they didn't think those were Joker faces. I wouldn't blame them. Finally, at 1:55 a.m. on January 1st, Commissioner Gordon heads into a cleared-out diner where Batman meets him. They share their annual cup of coffee together, celebrating another year of survival. The Dark Knight lays down money for the drinks and disappears as usual, leaving Gordon to head out into Gotham's snowy streets as the full story concludes. What a cool little bookend to these tales. I dig the idea that these guys just sit down and talk for a few minutes every year. The relationship is very complicated, so making it simple for a moment or two brings some believability to the characters. Oh, and I knew Bruce Timm was one of the drunk guys at the bar, but I wasn't sure of the other two. Apparently they're character designers Glenn Murakami and Shane Glines. Nice. Dan Reba directed Holiday Nights, with Paul Dini writing. Can't go wrong with those two kicking off a new season. It's based on the Batman Adventures Holiday Special comic from 1994, and there are a few differences from page to screen. The biggest being the omission of a Mr. Freeze story called White Christmas. I've read it, and it's a well-done, sad piece, typical of Mr. Freeze. They did not include it here for some murky reasons. Apparently, Bruce Timm didn't know that Boyd Kirkland and Randy Rogel's story for the Sub-Zero movie involved a living Nora Freeze, as he was busy on the Superman show at the time. As far as Timm was concerned, Nora was dead, which is why he wanted to adapt White Christmas, since it involved Victor grieving his wife. Because of this discrepancy, they kept the story out of Holiday Nights, and considering where we left off with Victor and Nora in Deep Freeze, plus where they went with the Sub-Zero film, I can see why. Even if you set this between Deep Freeze and Sub-Zero, it wouldn't make sense. Freeze is off in the Arctic somewhere with his wife's, I think, still alive body, right? In any case, it would have been a poignant segment to see adapted, even outside of canon. On a final visual note, the lack of title cards is a bummer. Regardless of these changes, good and bad, this show still had a lot to give, and we're gonna finish covering every last bit of it together, Batmaniacs. See you next time for a new Batman adventure. Batman and Rhonda. Batman and Rhonda. Sins of the Father shows us how Tim Drake came into the fold as the new Robin. It features the first appearance of Two-Face in the new Batman adventures, and even has a surprise reveal at the end. This episode opens with 13-year-old Timothy Drake running from a police officer who he has just stolen donuts from. Getting away with the help of a discarded Batarang the Dark Knight left behind one night, we see that Drake doesn't have a stable home life. His father, Stephen Shifty Drake, is being pursued by Two-Face's gang for stealing something from the criminal, and Tim takes the heat for it. Captured by Dent, the gang finds a letter from Drake's father that has a key inside. Before Tim is killed for seeing too much, Batman steps in to save him, but is severely injured in the fight. Bruce is able to remotely call upon the Batboat, and together, Bats and Drake escape danger. Before he passes out, the Caped Crusader puts on the autopilot to return to the Batcave. Once there, Alfred is shocked to see an unconscious Batman has brought home a guest. Soon enough, Tim makes his way upstairs and discovers Wayne Manor. The secret is out. Bruce recovers and has Drake stay with them until finding out the dead body of the boy's father was recently identified. Wanting revenge on Two-Face, Tim demands to go with Batman and Batgirl to take him down. However, Bruce refuses. This doesn't quite sit well with the young man, as rebuking authority is in his blood. Rich Fogel got to write Tim Drake's origin story. This was his first Batman episode, and he'd go on to pen 5 more for the series. Fogel was a part of the team from Superman the Animated Series, writing 14 scripts there, and would stay involved into Batman Beyond and Justice League. Kurt Gaeta was a storyboard artist back on the original run of BTAS, but graduated to directing on Superman, where he helmed 16 Man of Steel adventures. He'd go on to direct 6 more TNBA installments and later have a big impact on Batman Beyond, directing multiple episodes and the seminal Return of the Joker movie. This version of Tim Drake was a mix between the comics iteration of the character at the time and the previous Robin, Jason Todd. His origin here bears more of a resemblance to Todd, with Drake being portrayed as a street kid with a hardened upbringing. He's got a lot of attitude, and it works for the Bat family dynamic. Knowing how Jason's story ended for a while and how Tim was the current sidekick, it's easy to see why they went with Drake as the replacement for Dick Grayson. But it does make you wonder how the DCAU would have treated Batman's second boy wonder. What's that? He's in Batman The Adventures Continue comics? Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'm a bit behind, making all of these videos. Anyway.
It's the real Robin suit, isn't it? Whatever happened to him?
I like the fact that we see what's supposed to be Dick Grayson's old costume on display in the Batcave. It's not really his old suit from BTAS since there's no green in the getup and the cape is shorter, but maybe they were trying to say this was Grayson's garb from when he first started around Tim's age. In any case, I like the redesign. The shortened cape isn't the coolest looking thing, but it makes sense for a smaller character, and the all red and black bodysuit looks great. Tim finding out the big secret about Bruce does happen a little fast, but we already saw them together in Holiday Nights, so there was no need to waste time. Those scenes do play out a bit tongue-in-cheek anyway.
Bruce Wayne, huh?
Sorry you saw that.
Just kidding. Alfred doesn't seem to care about giving stuff away at this point, so who cares?
It used to make Master Dick furious. Most unfortunate.
I'm sure it was obvious, but still. Security.
Security? Who let Vicky Vale into the Batcave?
Speaking of Alfred, this is the first time we see him in the revamp. He looks fine, fitting into the redesigned world without changing anything drastic. It's not like they made him into the Alfreds from Batman Earth 1 or Beware the Batman. His comments about Dick Grayson did raise some intrigue though, and we wouldn't have to wait long to see what happened between Bruce and his first protege. Two-Face's presence here confirms that he fell back into old habits and never got his face fixed, like what was supposed to happen in Second Chance. His character regression is less tragic and more an unfortunate expectation. Dent's new look subtracts detail, like the rest of the show, but he appears too simple to be satisfactory. I kind of wish this was a design they redid from the ground up. He just seems too flat, and some of the gravitas of the character is missing because of it. He does get to smack a little kid though, jeez. Another example of the less aggressive censors at Kids WB. The key Tim's dad gave his son was for a locker at Gotham Airport, where Steven left 2 canisters. The canisters contain chemicals which create a deadly gas when combined. He was trying to keep them away from Two-Face, who now has possession of them, and warns Gotham he'll release the killer agent if he's not given $22 million by 2 a.m. Tim then gives Batman a lead on where Harvey might be, the old Janus movie theater. He followed his dad there once while he was working for Dent. Bruce and Barbara head out after rebuffing Drake's desire to join them. When they arrive, a fight ensues, where Two-Face and his gang get the upper hand and start the timer on the gas machine. That's when help arrives.
Oops. Excuse me.
Oh no.
Wearing Grayson's old costume, Tim joins the action. After being smacked with a crowbar, reference? And grabbed by Two-Face, Drake proves his worth by escaping, setting in motion Dent's defeat and the gas machine's disarmament. Bruce decides to take on the newly orphaned Tim as another ward, training him to become the new Robin in the process. But you know what they say about birds of a feather flocking together.
Rule number 3. I make the rules.
Watch out for that last one, kid. It's a killer.
Dick.
My word.
Hey, no one can be a boy wonder forever.
What a great ending. Grayson was back, and all these relationships would take on completely new connotations. It was an exciting way to tease Nightwing's future appearances and became one of the main elements that drew my overall interest in this new era of the show. In terms of some last-minute details, I really liked that they had Tim stay in Dick's old room from Robin's Reckoning, down to the Robin Hood painting on the wall. There's good action throughout this episode, with the climax location of an abandoned movie theater leading to a few fun compositions too. Only real negative thing I can say about it were some strangely brightened shots that popped up from time to time. Not sure why those were there, but it happened enough to be noticeable. Overall, this was a more than serviceable origin story for Tim Drake, with some emotional moments thrown in. It's worth a rewatch, so seek it out and flip it on, you Robin rascals. Cold Comfort closes out the trilogy of episodes that Mr. Freeze appeared in, and it's the only time we'd see him in the new Batman adventures. There are some wrinkles to his place in this continuity, but we'll cover that in a few minutes. Following Heart of Ice and the recently discussed Deep Freeze, this one clearly lacks a lot of what made those first 2 work so well. But what exactly is missing? Let's heat this iceberg up and find out. Nora Freeze was revived some time ago, but her loyal husband, Victor, never once came to visit. Eventually, she had to move on, marrying her doctor and leaving Gotham City. Now, Mr. Freeze is once again up to no good. However, this time, there's no clear motivation for his crimes. He destroys the life's work of Dr. Margaret Madsen, who over 30 years had gathered an entire set of fully constructed Ultrasaurus bones. Later, he obliterates a massive painting by aging artist Giuseppe Bianchi called Twilight in Gotham. It took Bianchi years to create. The theme here seemed to be Freeze decimating what means the most to people. He didn't gain anything by perpetrating these acts and never robbed anyone or anything while committing them. Next up on Freeze's list is Bruce Wayne.
As my father once told me, those who have the most must give the most.
Those who have the most also have the most to lose, Mr. Wayne.
Freeze and his Ice Maidens attack Wayne Manor soon after. It's actually a very good scene, with Freeze psychoanalyzing Bruce's whole life.
You were just a boy when you lost your family. But you keep trying to create a surrogate family for yourself. To destroy you, I need only destroy that.
Following some ominous words, they freeze Alfred and leave. While Batgirl showed up at one point, she failed to stop them on her own. Still, Gordon managed to plant a bat tracer on their getaway van. As our heroes recover in the Batcave, Bruce and Barbara wait for an opportunity to go after Freeze. This episode originally aired on October 12, 1997. The direct-to-video feature, Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero, was delayed in its release and didn't debut until March 17, 1998. It was in that film where Nora Freeze was fully revived by the end, leading to our current predicament. Not knowing that the first time this aired might have been a little confusing to viewers. Yes, we can just chalk this new development up to having taken place during the 2 to 3 years between Batman the Animated Series and TNBA, but Nora was Victor's whole thing. Jumping from the reveal that she's still clinging to life in Deep Freeze and thinking about where they finished that story, this jump would have felt unsatisfying, to say the least. As explained in my Holiday Nights review, Bruce Timm himself didn't even seem to know what was going on with Victor and Nora, considering her dead after the accident that gave Freeze his abilities, yet unaware until later that Boyd Kirkland and Randy Rogel brought her back in Sub-Zero. Maybe that's part of the reason Cold Comfort feels so lackluster compared to Freeze's other appearances. I get the feeling Timm kind of threw his hands up on Victor's motivations at this point and let writer Hilary J. Bader try to make sense of the situation. The absence of purpose that his wife gave him turned out to be a main reason behind Freeze's latest string of hurtful acts. They were attempts to crush the soul of his victims, forcing them to commiserate with his own. I guess it just came off kind of shallow from a character who seemed so nuanced in every other DCAU story he's featured in. I don't know if the same guy who simply wanted revenge for his thought-dead wife teamed up with Batman to stop a doomsday plan and looked to be willing to let the love of his life go so she could be happy would be this petty. Regardless of what happened with Nora, I think Victor would need to be brought back out of the shadows by someone else, like in Deep Freeze, instead of instigating these kinds of crimes himself. One thing about his presentation that was brand new was the inclusion of his new henchwomen, the Ice Maidens. I'm not sure if this was some mandate from Warner Brothers since we saw at least one similar-looking character turn up in Batman and Robin, but they feel way out of place for this version of Mr. Freeze. It seems like an attempt to recreate the formula that made Harley Quinn, but these bodyguards were never going to become a thing anywhere near that level. They'd fit in better in something like the Adam West Show. The actresses who provided their voices, Cree Summer and Lauren Tom, were very significant to other DCAU projects, most notably in Batman Beyond, where they'd play Terry McGinnis's friend Max and his girlfriend, Dana, respectively. Mr. Freeze's redesign isn't awful, it's just sort of bland. He's much bigger than before in some shots, but there's a storyline reason for that I'll get into soon. They removed his goggles and slimmed down his head, too. Cold Comfort is the only time we saw this model, so I can't complain too much. It looks amazing in his Batman Beyond episode down the road. Here, it's more forgettable than offensive. Michael Ansara is fantastic as usual. They did change the filter on his voice though, and it's heard even when Freeze is outside of his glass helmet.
Your departure will be at my discretion. No sooner.
The snow is beautiful, don't you think? Interesting.
It's a deeper and more full sound than before. Personally, I think I liked how he sounded in BTAS better, but this can be seen as an improvement in some ways.
Whatever. It doesn't make any sense. What does Victor Freeze gain by destroying a bunch of bones?
Kevin Conroy's lighter Bruce Wayne voice is pretty much gone starting in this episode. We had just heard him use it in Holiday Nights. It's a shame since he was so good at showing off that contrast between Bruce in public and Batman. At least he has some different inflections in that scene than the more serious Bruce we see at Wayne Manor. I don't know why they made this choice, but it becomes distracting later on when Wayne sounds more and more like he's just always wearing the cowl. No matter what voice he was doing, Conroy was always great in attention-grabbing and subtle ways. I love the scene at the manor where Bruce is trying to discipline Tim Drake for failing a civics test.
You don't know the first thing about the American justice system, do you?
I know it's bogus.
And how did you come to that well-thought-out conclusion?
Watching you. You don't exactly follow the rules of due process.
How did you do on your math test?
What a clever little moment. This shows off how savvy Drake really was, even when compared to Gordon and Grayson. Ultimately, Bruce and Barbara are able to locate Freeze and ride off in the severely downgraded-looking Batmobile, leaving Tim Drake to take care of Alfred in his ice-melting chemical bath. The Bat People find Freeze's hideout at an abandoned meatpacking plant, where they discover kidnapped doctors kept by the escaped Arkham inmate. Before the docs can say why, they're all caught by the Ice Maidens. This is when we see what's left of Victor Freeze.
Oh my god.
Mr. Freeze is now a bodiless head, moving around on insect-like mechanical legs. He explains the accident that created him has taken its toll and deteriorated his mortal coil. He enlisted the help of the doctors when he found out what was happening, but all that was left salvageable and undamaged was his head and neck. The body Freeze was seen in earlier is a robotic one. This is why he could never bring himself to visit his revived wife Nora, and this is why he's been targeting people with the most to lose.
There's no hope for me, or you, or your city. Everyone's going to feel my loss.
Looking to punish Batman next, Victor says he's going to destroy what the Dark Knight cares about most, Gotham itself. Through the dropping of a reverse fusion bomb in the heart of the city, Freeze plans to blanket everything within 10 miles in white, silent death. Batman and Batgirl are able to fight off the Ice Maidens guarding them as Bruce boards the helicopter Freeze aims to release the bomb from. After a fierce battle, Batman hooks Victor to the bomb just before it falls off target into the Gotham River. That portion of the water explodes in ice and snow, leaving the Caped Crusader in control of the aircraft and assuming Freeze has finally bit the cold dust. Moments later, we see Freeze's robotic body behind the ice at the top of the frozen explosion, but his self-sustaining head is missing. I know what they were going for with the shock reveal, but I didn't really like the whole Freeze disembodied head thing. It felt like they thought they needed some big gimmick since the substance wasn't there for Victor's character. They tried to tie this in as the tragic reason why he never visited Nora, but the Freeze we knew from BTAS probably wouldn't have visited her anyway. I thought it was apparent by the end of Sub-Zero he was sacrificing his life with her so she could live on her own away from what he became. I don't know exactly how many specifics Bruce Timm, Hilary J. Bader, and director Dan Reba knew from the Sub-Zero story at this point, so maybe the lack thereof affected some of the decisions made here. I do know one thing for sure though. This whole storyline was salvaged and given a fantastic payoff in the Batman Beyond episode, Meltdown. Something else that bothered me was Batman kind of trying to kill Freeze in the climax. I guess you can look at it as more of a Ra's al Ghul Batman Begins scenario, but still, it's a little far for this version of the Dark Knight, especially since we know the sympathy he has for Victor. Also out of character for the Caped Crusader is his definitive proclamation of Freeze's demise.
I think we've seen the last of Mr. Freeze.
In past episodes, Batman almost always said whoever seemed to perish in a battle could still be out there, so this was a little odd. Shirley Walker is awesome as usual with the music. Also, the future of Gotham being destroyed by the reverse fusion bomb is a phenomenal visual piece they slipped in. The sequence goes in and out of Victor's eye and is heavily effective. I'll sum it up by saying Cold Comfort is a pretty decent installment and I'd still recommend it. I'm judging it harsher because of how much I liked Mr. Freeze's other DCAU appearances. There are some nicely handled scenes and ideas throughout, but when you match it up to what came before and after, this one is the installment left out in the cold. Double Talk marks the final full DCAU appearance of Arnold Wesker, aka the Ventriloquist, and his dummy, Scarface. These characters made a memorable splash with Read My Lips back in Season 1 of Batman the Animated Series and made it through to the new Batman adventures in a worthy final send-off. Arnold Wesker has been healthy for 6 months at Arkham Asylum with no signs of his other personality, Scarface, breaking through. Still having dreams of the dummy's return, Wesker is fearful Mr. Scarface will make a comeback, but the doctors assure him he'll be okay and send him off to a halfway house. He's even given a job at Wayne Enterprises as a mailroom assistant. Taking a special interest in Wesker's recovery is Batman/Bruce Wayne himself. When Wesker is cornered one night by Scarface's old thugs, Rhino and Muggsy, they start demanding to see their boss. Batman intervenes to stop them, declaring,
"Wesker's off limits. Got it?"
This event triggers Arnold, to the point where he starts to hear Scarface's voice again, sometimes seeing him in the real world. Things turn stranger when a letter for Wesker is discovered in his mail pile that looks to be from his alternate persona. That evening on his home phone, he gets a call from what sounds like Scarface and looks outside to find the dummy sitting in a phone booth. Listening in, Batman tracks down the source of the call and is surprised to see Scarface move on his own and run off. As the Caped Crusader chases the figure down, Wesker is left with old fears re-emerging. I really enjoyed the beginning of this episode. It features a trippy dream sequence with Wesker attempting to break free of Scarface. We see a horrific depiction of Batman, along with memories of the violence committed by Muggsy and Rhino at the order of Arnold's alter ego. Then, finally, a fully autonomous Scarface breaks into plain view and shoots Wesker in the face. This is all pretty intense. Shirley Walker's twisted version of a hopeful little theme makes everything even better. That's played throughout the episode whenever Scarface is on Arnold's mind, and it always enhances the moment. Hey, wait a minute. That is them! It's Lois and Clark, just hanging out on a sunny day in Gotham. This aired after the World's Finest episodes in Superman the Animated Series, so maybe they were having lunch with Batman and decided to stick around and see if the rumors were true about this city only having yellow and red skies. Two-Face also pops up later in an establishing shot of the docks, but I don't think we were supposed to see him. While not quite on the level of Read My Lips, Robert Goodman wrote a solid script for Double Talk, with Kurt Gaeta back directing. I usually get a kick out of the villain rehabilitation episodes, and this was no exception. In a lot of ways, Arnold is really just an innocent guy caught up in his illness, even more so than a lot of other villains with similar afflictions. I love how involved Bruce is in getting him back on his feet, both as Bruce Wayne.
Arnold, how's everything going?
Oh, hello, Mr. Wayne. Thank you again for this chance, sir.
That's okay. You should be very proud of yourself.
And Batman.
There must be a guardian angel watching over me.
There are some uncanny moments that make this installment a bit unique. I'm mostly talking about the scenes where Arnold starts to see Scarface.
But you're not real!
No? Look across the street.
A few funny moments come across well too. When Batman defends Arnold against Muggsy and Rhino, the smaller of Scarface's two minions get the classic Batman backfist. It's usually a humorous little gag. What got me the most was the second one. In terms of redesigns, Scarface looks alright. The loss of detail didn't affect him too much. They did change his suit from blue to white along with a few other small alterations, but this could actually make story sense since this isn't the first Scarface dummy. The ventriloquist's new model, let's be honest, his head looks like a big toe. However, it does fit the more stylized reworking of the series, so it didn't really bother me. I do kind of wish they kept the reflective surface on his glasses for some shots though. Making his first appearance in TNBA was Lucius Fox. This is a new look that I find kind of too inconsistent with the design from BTAS. I mean, he looks 20 years younger. They also got a new voice actor, Mel Winkler, to replace Brock Peters. Winkler did a fine job here, and would show up 3 more times as the character.
I told you that cave with some pressure.
After Scarface escapes Batman's clutches, the Dark Knight does more digging, finding a speaker in Wesker's apartment. Eventually, he and Batgirl track down Hips McManus, a con man hired by Rhino and Muggsy to play Scarface and manipulate the ventriloquist into resurrecting his bad half. Admitting it worked, McManus spills the beans on the newly reunited gang's first job back together. We see that they've kidnapped Lucius Fox and force him to unlock a voice-activated safe where the two thugs steal untraceable bonds. The Bat folks break up the robbery, but end up locked inside the safe with a bomb. As the Dark Knight uses the explosive to break out, we see Scarface turn on his loyal henchman.
I was playing possum, laying low till the heat was off. But then you two numbskulls start up, and when the muscle starts thinking it's the brains, then it's time to amputate.
Before he can off them, Batman and Batgirl make it to the roof to save the thugs. Believing in Wesker, Bruce puts an all-or-nothing choice in the ventriloquist's hands.
He's the puppet, not you.
Come on, what are you waiting for? For once in your life, do something right. Yes.
The dummy is shredded into sawdust by an industrial fan below, and Arnold is finally free, looking forward to being by himself at long last. I like that we had a proper payoff to Bruce's faith in Arnold. He chooses to save himself, a rare rehabilitated success story for one of Batman's more bizarre foes. Check this one out, and say goodnight to the bad guy. You Scratch My Back brings us the very first appearance of Dick Grayson's Nightwing in full costume. He's the main character here, with Batman, Batgirl, and a redesigned Catwoman all playing supporting roles. It's an important episode, establishing Grayson's new identity and where he fits into the new Bat family. Nightwing is Gotham's brand new hero. On one of his first missions, he spies on smugglers from South America and engages to stop them. Batman and Batgirl join him, but Grayson doesn't want their help. He's determined to handle things on his own. However, when Catwoman shows up, she presents information that's useful to Nightwing, as they've been following the same case. She says she's changed, and is hoping the former Boy Wonder will trust her the way Batman never could. Grayson is reluctant, yet they make a pretty good team, gaining information vital to ringleader Enrique El Gancho's, aka Ricky the Hook's, smuggling plans. As the pair seem to grow closer, Batman approaches Selina Kyle with a warning.
I want you to stay away from Nightwing. I don't trust you, Selina.
Of course you don't. That's why it never could have worked out between us.
Grayson has a chip on his shoulder and defiantly continues to work with Catwoman. Together, they discover El Gancho's shipping schedules and decide to go after the big one that's been rumored throughout the week. Nightwing may have Batman's training on his side, but with Ricky the Hook's large criminal outfit to battle and the usually duplicitous Catwoman tagging along, he may be in over his head. If you haven't been able to pick up on it by now, I'm a big Nightwing fan. Dick Grayson is one of my favorite comic book characters, and rewatching these episodes reminded me how excited I was to see this version of him on screen for the first time all those years ago. While he only appears in 7 of the 24 new Batman Adventure episodes, his built-in history with the Caped Crusader made every step forward an event not to be missed. You Scratch My Back showed off Grayson's new dynamic with Bruce and Barbara, leaving Nightwing to sink or swim on his own. I was, and still am, satisfied with the results. Dick's new costume is very basic, but it was the same way in the comics at the time. It's pretty much remained unchanged since this iteration. Of course, there's been a few alterations from time to time, like making it more armor-heavy, changing the color and design of the logo, and adding his Eskrima sticks to the ensemble, but this fundamental look has endured. There were a few designs before this one in the source material as well, but I'm glad this was established before the show started. The domino mask covers his nose, something that's not done as much now, and the glide wings make for a perfect capper. Oh, and he also has a mullet. It's, hey, it was the 90s. Nightwing's awesome. Anyway, his apartment's pretty cool, plus he has a full theme now. I like it, I really do. Shirley Walker did it again. I don't think it's quite as good as Batgirl's theme from BTAS, and I do think it could have been a touch darker and more nuanced, but it's a nice heroic anthem that gets stuck in your ear. Another character making her first appearance in TNBA was Selina Kyle and her alter ego, Catwoman. This was a big redesign on both fronts. Catwoman is now all in black compared to the gray from before, her eyes have been whited out in smaller Spider-Man eyepiece type shapes, and her exposed mouth and chin area reveals alabaster pale skin. This design seems to be more akin to Michelle Pfeiffer's version of the character from Batman Returns. The all-black, while adding to the more feline appearance, can seem a bit flat at times, especially when she's against a dark background. I can see why they gave her the white eyes and mouth. So there are things I like and other things I don't about the redesigned costume. Kyle out of her suit is a pretty drastic departure as well. She goes from long blonde locks to the more comics-accurate short black hair. I think I liked her civilian look from the first 2 seasons more, but this is a change I didn't hate. It fits the character more in some ways. There is a Batman Gotham Adventures comic out there that explains why she changed her hair, so check out issue number 4 if you want the full story. In terms of her characterization in this episode, not much has changed from the last time we saw her.
A dishonest man you can always trust to be dishonest. Honestly.
Well, dishonest woman. She's reliably unreliable. Any viewer would be able to see that she's never playing straight with who she's talking to at this point, which is why I think the ending of this story is so clever. There was a time when Selina was legitimately trying to kick the Catwoman thing, but it's apparent those days are long gone. She's also kind of into Nightwing now, which is partially played up for her own benefit, but she does kiss him at one point, and I don't think I like that. It would be like hooking up Bruce and Barbara. Oh. Grayson and Kyle do make for a fun partnership, though. Almost as solid of a dynamic as Catwoman and Batgirl in Batgirl Returns. Very on brand for Batman is him being overprotective of his former ward. Dick doesn't like being followed by his old teammates, and while he was cordial at the end of Sins of the Father, it's made very clear where he stands on working with Batman and Batgirl every night.
This is my gig. If I needed you, I'd have called.
Hilary J. Bader was back penning this script after her first Batman episode in Cold Comfort. She was also working on the Superman show, writing 10 installments over there, and would stick around the DCAU into Batman Beyond, and even the often forgotten Zeta Project series. I love how she balanced Grayson's beef with Batman, his one-that-got-away romance with Barbara, and his desire to make his own decisions with Catwoman while still advancing Nightwing as a character on his own. While Butch Lukic was a storyboard artist on 13 BTAS episodes, this was the first time he got to direct. The visuals in You Scratch My Back, especially in the climax, stuck out among the handful of installments I've covered so far, and I'm sure he was a big part of that. Lukic would get the opportunity to helm 4 more new Batman adventures, including the definitive Mad Love adaptation. When Nightwing and Catwoman infiltrate Ricky the Hook's ship, the Little Angels, we see Selina smashing Argentinian artifacts until she finds the Cat's Eye Emerald, a rare and priceless gem that she snuck into Ricky's shipment the last time she visited South America. Kyle used Nightwing to help her uncover when the shipment would be coming in. After Grayson refuses to go along with her plan of selling the emerald and leaving the country together, Catwoman attacks. Out of nowhere, Batman and Batgirl arrive to bail the former Robin out of trouble.
She led us right to the emerald, just like you said.
You set me up!
Afraid so.
They knew Selina would turn on Grayson, and with Kyle thinking Dick had left behind his former compatriots, the Bat family had the advantage. The scene is cut short by El Gacho's gang bursting in. Catwoman uses the distraction to escape on a speedboat, and following the takedown of Ricky's goons, Nightwing chases her. This leaves Batman to take out the Hook himself. Grayson is able to halt Kyle's getaway and pulls them both from the boat before it explodes, crashing into another ship's propeller. Batgirl then arrives in the Batboat to help Nightwing secure the unconscious Catwoman as the installment finishes. Another good one! TNBA was off to a strong start. The characters and stories so far had given a fresh coat of intrigue to a Gotham we thought we knew. There were some very well animated sequences here, again including that fantastic climax on the speedboat. The rare appearance of blood on Batman and Ricky the Hook also made the violence a bit more intense than usual. Honestly, these are a bit better than I remember, and we haven't even gotten to the best stories yet. So keep on riding with me, Batmaniacs. We still got a ways to go. The Scarecrow makes his big comeback in Never Fear, an episode with a truly great premise behind it that kind of just scratches the surface of what they could have done. An unhinged Batman, especially this Batman, is a fascinating idea that is ripe with a ton of different storytelling possibilities, but this does still go down an interesting avenue. Let's take a look at why it works. The Scarecrow is behind a wave of Gotham citizens throwing caution to the wind at the detriment of themselves and those around them. Bruce Wayne investigates after one of his employees has an unusual outburst. The man has a business card that reads Never Fear with a phone number on it. Soon enough, Bruce is in a disguise at a Never Fear seminar being led by a guru on stage. He sneaks into a back room where he discovers mysterious canisters locked inside a cabinet. Before he can look into it further, Bruce is knocked out from behind by the Scarecrow. He awakens at a local zoo surrounded by crocodiles, where Scarecrow shoots him with an anti-fear toxin. Now without inhibitions, Bruce dives into the croc water and is pulled under as Scarecrow leaves. The water turns red, but it's Bruce who pops up without a scratch. He returns to Wayne Manor where he informs Alfred and Tim Drake about the situation. As Batman and Robin, Tim and Bruce go back to the seminar building where it becomes apparent that Dark Knight has become reckless, putting those he's questioning in life-threatening peril. It's up to Robin to rein in his boss while still trying to stop Scarecrow from releasing the new toxin upon the whole city. We have to talk about probably the best redesigned character in the new Batman adventures, the Scarecrow. My goodness, is that a badass new look. I've talked on Batmay before about the numerous redesigns the character got in Batman the Animated Series. They were mostly small details, like adding hay hair and such, but they took Crane back to the drawing board here and came up with the best design he's ever had, in my opinion. That is one bad guy who can match Batman's visual intimidation factor. The dark clothes, cane, and shadows covering most of his masked face are great. The dead-colored skin on his stick-thin arms leading to those unnaturally broad shoulders aided his increased height. But man, the scariest thing about this guy is the actual noose around his neck. This is likely another example of Kids WB letting the creative team present more threatening images, because I can't see this design going over well at Fox Kids. Paul Dini would say in Batman Animated that they loved this look so much that they decided to never show Jonathan Crane out of costume again. They weren't even sure if they wanted to have a face under the mask anymore. Along with the new, more frightening musical cue, the changes for Scarecrow kept on coming. Henry Pollock II was replaced as the voice of the character with the more menacing-sounding Jeffrey Combs. He had an eerie calmness to his line readings that increased the uneasy atmosphere Scarecrow created.
Scared you, didn't I?
Combs only voiced Crane for this episode, but would go on to play the Question in Justice League Unlimited. Speaking of unsettling aspects from this installment, they really showed all that blood in the crocodile enclosure. I didn't remember this from previous viewing, so it was a bit of a shock. Showing a few flecks of blood on a character was already noticeable in You Scratch My Back, but going this far was unexpected. I guess they got away with it because it was the Croc's blood? Regardless, it made for a lasting impression. Before I get into the unhinged Batman aspect of this story, we must discuss the Bruce Wayne problem on this show. It's gotten more and more evident as I've been getting through these that this Bruce redesign was a mistake. He looks like a lifeless mannequin 70% of the time. Other characters still show facial expressions, but there's not much from Bruce outside of a frown once in a while. Look at how he reacts to one of his employees breaking into his office and forcibly making out with his secretary. He looks like a robot. Tim's expression in the background has 10 times more emotion. I know Bruce can be stoic, but this borders on ridiculous. As I re-examine these episodes, I hope it improves, but this is your main character. Throw a line on his face. Also, he just stands there while this assault happens. Wouldn't Bruce step in? The security guards didn't get there for another moment or two. While I'm at it, what's with the lazy disguise at the Never Fear seminar? It's been established many times that most people from Gotham know who Bruce Wayne is. This little mustache and sunglasses hide his identity? He didn't even change his suit. Later, Scarecrow doesn't recognize him either. Remember Matches Malone, Gaff Morgan, those episodes where Bruce went to great lengths to hide his appearance with hair color and makeup? Forget that. This mustache must be made of the same material as Clark Kent's glasses. At least Kevin Conroy changed his voice.
I wasn't trying to move in on your operation. Whatever it is.
This leads me to how writer Stan Berkowitz decided to depict a Batman uninhibited by fear. They do a good job showing this off in some cases, like Batman isn't afraid to kill now. Or fly into buildings, apparently. Honestly, I'm not sure Batman is afraid to kill. He doesn't because of a moral responsibility, but it works just enough. He has been shown to be afraid of going too far, so I can buy it. I think showing him beat the crap out of a few guys to within an inch of their lives may have been more effective, though, crossing the line that way. But this is the more drastic and obvious device to show Bruce has gone off the deep end.
Death is death. Does it matter who administers it?
I wish Never Fear was a two-parter, because you could do so much with a story that features a Batman unmarked by the things he's afraid of. Yes, show him beating criminals to a bloody pulp, more than usual, but go further. Maybe he goes directly after the big bads without putting civilian lives first. Have him finally hook up with Catwoman and reveal his secret identity to her. Hell, have Bruce Wayne run for mayor. Maybe he'd get better results for a while. He'd still have good intentions, of course, but slowly, Bruce would become what he was always fighting against. Corrupt by the system while taking rash risks as Batman and Bruce Wayne, and it's up to Batgirl, Robin, Nightwing, and Alfred to stop him. I think Selina would even turn against Bruce after a while. They'd have to take him down and cure him of Scarecrow's toxin. It'd be Batman versus the Bat family. That is epic written all over it. But this is still good. I just love the concept. Stepping up here is Tim Drake's Robin. He's so much more assertive than Dick Grayson was, and it really highlights how different of a boy wonder he turned out to be. Drake wastes no time in seeing that Batman isn't himself, and tries to step in.
You're out of control.
I told you, I can handle it.
You can't! You're not even afraid to kill.
Can you see Dick Grayson taking that tone with Batman back in the day? It'd probably just be a passive-aggressive comment, as he'd be forced to come up with another way to reach Bruce. Drake is much more of a take-action type, and this whole exchange is wonderful. Batman even tries to manipulate Robin into letting him out.
I've got to stop the Scarecrow.
I can help you. I know him.
But...
Don't worry. You'll be the boss on this one.
I love that after all that, Tim still doesn't fall for it. He's written to be smart, and got major credit in my book here.
Untie me, you little... Untie me!
Following Batman nearly killing the Guru, Robin leaves the Caped Crusader behind so he can go after Scarecrow without racking up casualties. After a promising start, Tim is taken out by one of Scarecrow's thugs on the moving train, where Jonathan Crane is located. It takes him a bit, but Batman eventually joins the party and is no longer pulling his punches. He smashes his way through to Scarecrow, where he damages the train controls, sending the locomotive barreling toward a cliff. Batman doesn't seem to care, as he chokes the life out of the former professor. Robin is able to break his restraints and shoots Batman with the no-fear toxin's antidote Scarecrow had. Regaining his self-control, Batman jumps off the train with Crane in tow, just after Robin makes a similar leap. They then haul the Master of Fear off to the authorities as the sun rises on Gotham City.
It was kind of scary.
A little fear's a good thing.
Strong stuff here. The animation by TMS had a few standout moments, and similarly, one-time TNBA director Kenji Hakazaki pulled off some great-looking visual compositions. The slightly twisted Batman theme from Shirley Walker also built up the threat of this unbalanced Batman.
Shoot him!
I'd recommend it. Maybe it's not what it could have been, but for what it is, Never Fear is pretty great. So don't be afraid. Give it a watch or rewatch anytime. Joker's Millions brings the Clown Prince of Crime back to the forefront for a story based on a comic book from the 1950s. It's more comedy-driven than usual, and you could tell writer Paul Dini and director Dan Reba had fun crafting this one. But is it entertaining enough for a recommendation? Joker is broke. He's so destitute that he can't even afford a fully operational acid flower for his jacket or an extra car ejector seat for Harley Quinn. The latter leaves Harley to take the fall for Joker's latest failed robbery as he escapes to his dingy, broken-down apartment, where he's apparently 2 weeks late on rent. But some good news does await him there.
A letter came for you today, Mr. Kerr.
To Joker's shock, it's a notification of inheritance from his longtime gangland rival, the recently deceased Edward King Barlow. Inexplicably, he's left Joker his entire fortune of $250 million worth of cash, jewels, and gold. More than pleasantly surprised, Joker goes on a spending spree, first hiring a lawyer that somehow gets his whole criminal record wiped clean.
If a man's filled with glee, that man must go free.
Following this, Joker starts hanging out at Penguin's new Iceberg Lounge and spends his money on anything and everything, including the hiring of a replacement for the currently jailed Harley Quinn. Harley doesn't take kindly to finding this out and has a new bone to pick with Mr. J. As for Joker himself, though, he's living well, making Batman furious. But is this turn of fortune too good to be true? As I mentioned earlier, this episode was based on the Golden Age story in Detective Comics number 180. Named The Joker's Millions in that book, it has the same basic premise and beats that transpire here. You can also see an inspiration from the 1985 movie remake of Brewster's Millions, starring Richard Pryor and John Candy. That film was based on the 1902 novel with the same title. The novel has been adapted into stage plays, radio programs, and plenty of films either directly or indirectly in the century plus since its release. Among the adaptations, the Richard Pryor movie is still probably the most well-known. There are a wealth of funny bits here that work out pretty well. My favorite gag has to be when Joker is looking for his new Harley.
Too fat, too small, too old. No.
Darn! I believe that's supposed to resemble Harley's co-creator and the writer of this installment, Paul Dini. The timing of that gag was perfect, and it gave me a few chuckles. Harley's reaction to the news was also pretty humorous.
Joker seeks new hench girl?
The stuff with Joker's lawyer was an obvious parody of Johnny Cochran from the O.J. Simpson trial, which was still topical in 1998. Funnily enough, he'd pop up again in Over the Edge. The psychiatrist Joker hires to help expunge his criminal record also gives us a hilarious visual bit.
He is a criminal, no more.
How do you respond to charges that Joker is simply bribing his way to freedom?
I won't even dignify that with a response.
Penguin makes his first new Batman Adventures appearance in another drastic redesign. He no longer resembled the more gruesome interpretation from Batman Returns. Now he seems like much more of a standard gangster who's hiding his misdeeds behind the front of his iceberg lounge. This establishment would pop up a handful of times across the DCAU. As for Penguin's new look and gimmick, meh. I like the evolution of the character to running a social club and keeping his nose clean on the surface, but I don't like the duller appearance. I know the creative team wanted him to look more like this when they first launched BTAS, but WB stepped in and wanted him closer to DeVito's version of the character. While this was closer to their original vision, the first design was much more interesting. It also helped build sympathy for him in an episode like Birds of a Feather. The episode overall looks alright. There wasn't much in the way of unique or especially beautiful shots or sequences. They show a montage of Joker spending his money that's a little lackluster and features him wackily driving past Bruce Wayne in a golf cart. Here's Bruce looking very concerned. A small aesthetic detail I really liked, though, was the addition of a quasi-title card at the top of the piece. I really missed these in the transition from the animated series to TNBA. They cleverly put the title and writer/director credits on the giant computer in the background as Joker creates chaos during his newest criminal outing. In the middle of Joker's new lavish lifestyle, he's approached by an agent from the Internal Revenue Service. The agent informs him that he has to pay $137 million in inheritance taxes.
I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS, no, thank you.
Panicking, Joker starts gathering the cash, but discovers almost all the bills are fake, with King Barlow's visage on them. His lackey, Ernie, then discovers a videotape that shows King Barlow in his final days.
Yeah, I left you some cash, but only $10 million, which knowing you, you've already blown. All the other stuff, it's all fake. I always hated your guts, and this was the perfect payback. The IRS is after you, and you can't admit I fooled you, or you'll be the laughing stock of the underworld. I got the last laugh after all.
Desperate, Joker attempts to rob a ship transporting boatloads of cash. He tries not to leave the usual trace that it was him, even having Ernie impersonate the clown at the Iceberg Lounge during the heist. Still, Ernie is found out by Batman, and the Dark Knight stops the robbery with Batgirl. Joker is then arrested and thrown in a paddy wagon with a very angry old friend.
It'll be nice to see the old gang.
One of them's dying to see you too, Puddin'.
Harley?
The one and only. Welcome to the club.
Harley beats her old flame with a billy club as the van drives off and the story comes to an end.
If I don't pay my taxes, I'll go to jail. But if I admit Barlow duped me, I'll look like a fool.
The whole idea that Barlow gave Joker a mostly fake inheritance is a little flimsy, but it turns out fine when you see the tone of the episode. His appearance on the videotape was great. Joker not wanting to admit someone got the better of him is a decent explanation why he wouldn't tell the authorities the truth about the money too, so that's all on-brand stuff. They did get me on this last rewatch with Ernie dressing up as Joker at the Iceberg. I thought it was one of those small animation mistakes when we see Joker's eyes reverting to a closer rendition of how they looked in BTAS, but no, it was just his goon in disguise. Batman gives Ernie a swirly for his troubles.
Let me jog your memory.
This isn't anywhere close to the best Joker episodes, but it's a serviceable production with some amusing scenes that should give you a few laughs. I'd still recommend it. Oh, and don't forget to pay your taxes. Growing Pains is one of the more emotional new Batman adventure episodes. I would go as far to say it stands out in that way among all of Batman the Animated Series. Tim Drake had a rough childhood, and it didn't exactly get any better from there. On patrol one night, Robin comes across a young girl being harassed by a biker gang. After saving her, the girl runs away as Robin reluctantly answers the call of the bat signal. Commissioner Gordon has gathered the dynamic duo to help catch an elusive new serial thief who the cops can't ID. While on the lookout for the perp, the Boy Wonder once again spots the young girl, who reveals she can't even remember her own name. Tim decides to call her Annie, as he does his best to calm her down. Annie is on the run from a man she doesn't recognize. She says she sees him everywhere, including her nightmares. Strangely, the girl can feel his presence when he's close. Soon enough, the man reveals himself as the same perp Gordon warned our heroes about. He claims to be Annie's father and battles Batman and Robin while trying to capture his alleged daughter. Paul Dini and Robert Goodman's story that Goodman wrote the teleplay for is a sad character-building tale for Tim Drake's Robin. We see him really care for Annie and her well-being. While searching for her at one point, he traverses Gotham's homeless areas and comes across several kids with no place to go. This affects him deeply because of his own background as the son of a criminal who didn't always provide for him. It's easy for us as an audience to understand his deep investment in this case. I feel like Tim got a lot more character-building moments in just the 5 episodes he appeared in thus far than Dick Grayson did for most of his run on BTAS. Outside of the top-notch Robin's Reckoning two-parter, Grayson's Robin isn't made much of a focus. We know that's because the creative team wanted to focus on Batman as more of a solo hero when they could. WB basically forcing them to build up more of the tertiary characters worked out in a positive way for the second Boy Wonder. The voice acting by Matthew Valencia as Drake is some of his strongest in the show. You can hear the anger when arguing with Batman and sympathy in his voice when he relates to Annie.
No!
What?
I'm not waiting around while you study dirt! I'll find her myself. My dad wasn't much of a prize either.
So that's why you care. You're the only person I can remember who ever did.
For Annie's part, Francesca Marie Smith knocks it out of the park as the mysterious, scared, and innocent runaway. You may recognize her voice, or at least I did pretty easily, as Helga Pataki from Hey Arnold. This role showed off her range well. Shout out to Michael McCuistion for giving us a heck of a musical score. There are slower, subtle movements here that really enhance the emotion of the moment. We didn't always hear that kind of stuff on TNBA, so this needs to be recognized and appreciated. The Dark Knight gathers dirt from the site of he and Robin's confrontation with the thief and takes it back to the Batcave to have it analyzed. He makes a disturbing discovery and heads off to find Tim, who's been out looking for the girl. Following an unsuccessful search for her, Annie is the one who finds Robin on a downtown Gotham street. Spotlights in the sky suddenly remind her of a location she was once at, the first thing she's remembered since meeting Robin. Tim seems to recall the place she's describing and takes her to the ocean shore, featuring a lighthouse atop a cliff in hopes of jogging her memory. The pair traverse the terrain and tunnels beneath it until they again run into the thief.
Clayface!
The kids run from the villain as Clayface tries to absorb Annie, declaring she's part of him. They eventually make their way to a factory where Annie finally remembers the truth.
What do you have to do with Clayface?
I am Clayface.
Following the events of the episode Mudslide, what was left of Clayface floated to where the factory was dumping their toxic waste. Something in the chemicals reconstructed the former Matt Hagen, but he was still weak and disoriented. So he created Annie to go out and see if it was safe to enter the surrounding area. But once the girl left him, she forgot all about her origins and wandered aimlessly on the streets of Gotham until Robin found her. Not wanting to give up on her, Drake still fights to save Annie. When he's overpowered by Clayface, the girl jumps in to rescue her friend and is absorbed by Hagen in the process. Batman then joins the scene and saves Robin before a tank of highly volatile solvent combusts, knocking Clayface out. Later, the authorities haul Hagen off in a chemical tank, as a hurt Robin is consoled by Batman.
Sometimes there are no happy endings.
We'll book him on the robberies in B&E, right? Anything else?
Yeah. Murder.
Because of where this fits into the timeline, it had to have taken place before the season/series premiere, Holiday Nights. Clayface appears in that episode fighting Batgirl, already using his separate sentient being-making abilities, something we didn't see him do in BTAS. It is a disturbing new development for him, and while we can all grasp Tim's emotions here, once Annie is revealed as a part of Clayface, it becomes a tragic denial of reality. This kid's been put through the ringer, and as I mentioned at the top of the video, these traumatic events only get worse. With that said, Annie's absorption is pretty horrific.
Run, Robin! Hurry! Oh.
While this was the villain's last appearance until Justice League, I'm glad TMS returned to provide the animation services for a Clayface episode. It's not quite animated series level stuff, but this episode didn't call for quite that much detail. The characters have more contrasted lighting on them than usual, and the drama was increased because of the extra attention to the animation. Kudos to TMS for improving the emotional tale we were watching. Etsuko Tanaka directed the first of her 2 new Batman Adventure installments, and she obviously did an awesome job. One thing I noticed here is that from Superman the Animated Series on to TNBA, anytime TMS animated an episode, the credited director was from their own studio. This wasn't the case for the 6 installments of BTAS they worked on, but that was apparently the deal for all of their DCAU jobs after. Obviously, this is a big recommendation from me. It's one of Tim Drake's definitive moments and a unique story that should not be missed.
Sorry. I was thinking about a girl.
Teenagers. Glad my barber's past her wild years.
Well, it took 9 episodes, but we've reached the first subpar new Batman Adventures show. While installments like Joker's Millions and Cold Comfort didn't exactly light the world on fire, they have more redeeming qualities than not. Love is a Croc not only features a poor execution on an interesting premise, it trivializes one of the more unique and sympathetic villains from Batman the Animated Series. Mary Louise Dahl seems to have become a productive member of society a few years after the events of Baby Doll. However, she runs a small Gotham hotel where it's apparent some of her customers recognize her on occasion.
You were Baby Doll. You got that disease. So you went nuts and tried to kill Batman. Come on, baby. Do something funny.
Fed up with how people treat her, she watches the trial of Killer Croc on TV that evening. He's charged with first-degree murder, but Dahl relates to some of his defense.
Look at me. Nobody understands how rough my life's been, just 'cause I'm different.
Croc ends up breaking out of his restraints and tries to escape before Batman intervenes and sends him to Arkham, where he'll be transported to another prison the next day. Mary visits him at the asylum, meeting Croc and telling him not to lose hope. The following evening, she causes the truck moving him to crash, and the pair team up to become a dysfunctional force in Gotham's crime world. Batman and Batgirl have yet to stop who the press dub Gotham's Bonnie and Clyde, but they are catching on to the criminals' patterns. This leads to a few 2-on-2 showdowns. Love is a Croc was written by the late Steve Gerber, the same Steve Gerber who co-created Marvel's Howard the Duck and worked in the comics industry for decades on many well-known titles. He first came into the DCAU writing for Superman the Animated Series before penning a trio of scripts for TNBA. This was his first Batman story in the production order of the series, and the odd couple pairing of Baby Doll and Croc seemed like it would be up his alley. Baby Doll is, unfortunately, done the most disservice here. Her episode in BTAS is a total classic because of how emotional her story turned out to be. Her second and final appearance in the DCAU tried to play off that sympathy, but the execution just didn't have enough impact. It's a good idea to have her try and connect with someone else who considers themselves different and ostracized by society. Killer Croc is even a good choice for this pairing. Their difference in physical stature makes for an entertaining visual, and Croc does have a drop of empathy buried deep inside which could cause him to relate to Baby Doll in a believable way. Remember, the episode Sideshow gave us a small peek at what a less cruel Killer Croc could look like. But none of that breaks through the surface on either end beyond Mary's childlike attachment to Croc. I also don't like how Baby Doll stays in character when they're in private. When they're pulling jobs, it makes sense. I just thought the whole point of relating to Croc was that she could be herself around him. And if they had a bit more of a mutually antagonistic relationship instead of Mary pretending to be a loving baby, it could have at least made their interactions a little funnier too. In terms of them being romantically involved, well, our hero said it best.
What do you suppose they do on a date?
I don't want to think about it.
They allude to the fact that he smacks her around as well, and we pretty much see it happen later in the story. Another thing I don't think they could have gotten away with on Fox Kids. I mean, he does try to kill her too, but we'll get to that. Croc's got a new design, a new voice actor, and a slightly different attitude from past shows. The decision was made to give him a more reptilian appearance, and I understand why. His first model didn't always invoke his namesake, but I liked that look much better. This just seems a bit too obvious and elementary, also less threatening. Brooks Gardner replaced Aaron Kincaid with a modulated vocal performance.
Blast the bat. This could have been a big one, and he had to show up.
This gives Croc a deeper, mutant-like tone, but much less personality, and it was far from a fair trade-off. His furious yelling also came off more weak and awkward than intimidating. Some of his dialogue also wasn't the best in general.
You, Killer Croc, are competent to stand trial for murder in the first degree.
I'm not just competent. I'm as good as it gets!
While the original version of the character was definitely no mental match for Batman, there were moments when his brute strength and anger put the Dark Knight in some precarious positions. This Croc is embarrassed by the Caped Crusader at nearly every turn, and to be frank, Batman beats his ass through the whole episode.
Oh, she's crazy! She's gonna nuke the whole loop! Lousy little backstabber.
He never even tried to throw a rock at him. Lame. Baby Doll had a redesign to go along with her new voice actress too. The transition to pigtails, thick eyeliner, and a pink dress was not unexpected if you had seen some of the other revamped characters. She's just a little blander looking than before, and I gotta admit, I missed the doll gun. Stepping in for Allison the Plaka was Lorraine Newman. Newman had a handful of DCAU credits, but her turn as Baby Doll didn't quite match up to the varying and unstable performance we heard La Plaka deliver in the character's debut episode. Perhaps all this combined made it easier for Baby Doll to fall victim to the law of diminishing returns. Mary is heartbroken when she discovers Croc has been cheating on her and slowly plots her revenge. Citing their newest job as the big one, Doll leads her man to a nuclear power plant where they KO the guards and take control of the reactor. Baby Doll then states she's going to use the reactor to blow up Gotham City with her and her unfaithful boyfriend at the center of the blast. Having found out their plot by discovering the pair's hideout, Batman and Batgirl arrive to halt the madness. The Dark Knight fights with Croc as Batgirl attempts to shut down the reactor. Mary, meanwhile, is running from her partner in crime as he's trying to kill her for the attempted mass murder/suicide. Finally, Croc is defeated by his own hand when he rips a dangerously hot pipe off the wall that blasts scalding water at him. Severely hurt, the criminal can only lay there and listen to his former lover's tearful words.
We could have lived happily ever after, just like on TV.
I don't hate Love as a Croc, but it frustrates me because it could have been one of those weird premises that gave us an unexpected knockout. I guess you can't hit a home run every time, but hey, at least Bruce Timm cameoed in the newspaper. DVD the next 8-track, eh? Pfft, next you're gonna tell me Hit Clips is the next Laserdisc. Torch Song features the debut of Firefly to the new Batman adventures. It has a few great action set pieces, a solid story, and some cool new weapons on both sides of the fight. Pop star sensation Cassidy is performing at a concert in Gotham City. Among the attendees are Barbara Gordon, Bruce Wayne, and his date Shannon. Before the show, Cassidy has an argument with an ex-boyfriend named Garfield Linz. Linz just so happens to be the pyrotechnics technician at her live performances and doesn't take it well when Cassidy won't reconcile with him. He gets angry enough to the point where the pop star tells her manager, Frank, to kick him off the tour after that evening's show. This makes Linz's temper burn even hotter as he takes his position at the effects controls. As Cassidy's first song begins, the jealous ex turns up the heat, literally. He tries to kill the star by burning her alive as the crowd frantically rushes out of the venue. Unable to enter the flames from the front of the stage, Bruce stands helpless to save her. Just then, Batgirl arrives from the balcony and swings in to rescue the singer. With Linz now on the run, Cassidy is on high alert. She later receives a threatening letter, and her appearance at the Rock City Club is interrupted by a man in a flying armored suit and helmet. He brandishes a flame gun that sets the club ablaze as he goes after Cassidy. Already nearby, Batman and Batgirl join the fray. The masked man makes it apparent that he's really Garfield Linz, before revealing another moniker to the Dark Knight.
The name's Firefly.
Firefly is able to escape, leaving a new, dangerous villain with a vendetta on the loose. Kurt Gaeta was back directing another script by Rich Fogel. This pair worked well together on Sins of the Father and would team up again in 2 more new Batman adventures. They brought Firefly to life here in an exciting way. While his motivations for becoming a bad guy are nothing new, his suit, action scenes, and emphasis on fire became strong attributes that made this episode stand out. Firefly was first created in 1952 and would be reinvented a few times before coming to the small screen here. The DCAU version of the character popped up in one more TNBA installment, and again in Justice League. In terms of live-action appearances, an iteration of Garfield Linz appeared in the Arrow series, and he was supposed to be played by Brendan Fraser in the HBO Max Batgirl movie before, that whole thing happened. I think this Firefly's best attributes were his suit and weapons. There's something almost Rocketeerish about his design that I really enjoyed. The flame gun is fine because he has to have one, but the fire sword is badass. I love that they gave it an almost flaming lightsaber sound effect too.
Sorry, gotta fly.
They kind of try to suggest that Cassidy was playing fast and loose with her romantic partners and didn't exactly help prevent Garfield's turn to the dark side.
We dated for a while. A couple of dinners, a concert. He just didn't know when it was over. That's why you gotta protect me. You're the only one who can. I'll make it worth your while.
But I mean, look at this guy's apartment. It was gonna happen anyway. Maybe what really made him snap was her irritating music. While this wasn't a particularly comedic episode, it had a great sense of humor that made me laugh out loud more than once.
Vincenzo, get some pictures. I'm gonna check the fridge.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence in there, Detective.
Shut up.
What are you doing tonight?
The same thing we do every night, Pinky.
What?
Never mind.
Barbara finds an address of Linz's at police headquarters, and together with Batman, they investigate. However, the building is rigged to explode upon anyone flipping a light switch. The resulting blasts leave Batgirl injured. That same night, Cassidy is abducted by Firefly at one of her recording sessions and taken to the Mephisto Paint Company building. Batman knows where to look because of a matchbook he found at Linz's former residence. With Barbara hurt, Bruce has to go it alone, but not before Alfred suggests a change of attire.
Do you really want to go out in public like that? I was thinking of something a bit more durable.
At the paint factory, Firefly explains that he's developed a gel so flammable it can burn through nearly anything. He plans on filling the sewers of Gotham with it and igniting the city with a firebomb, taking Cassidy with him as they flee the destruction. When he starts to set this scheme in motion, Batman shows up, looking a little different.
Let her go.
The fire-resistant suit helps the Dark Knight battle Firefly more effectively, but the pyromaniac still lights the factory up. As the building explodes and begins to crumble, Batman saves Cassidy, finding a way out. Linz tries flying away, but is dragged back down to Earth by the Mephisto head on top of the flaming structure. He survives the fall and is taken into custody. Not long after this, Cassidy's manager is riding high on all the headlines generated by her ordeal. Frank wants to capitalize on the free press by naming her next tour after her fiery experience. but Cassidy is more scarred than she lets on, terrified by even the smallest flame. See this, Marvel fans? Mephisto was hiding in the new Batman adventures all along. He was hanging out in the same episode as Biff from Back to the Future, DJing at a club.
I'm Howlin' Jake, and we're gonna be partying all night long. Stay with me, babies, 'cause I got the hottest show in town.
Yep, that's Tony Zuko himself, Thomas F. Wilson. Good to hear his voice again. Batman's new armored suit was really the star of this climax. It looks great. You can see the beginnings of the Batman Beyond aesthetic in there with a few similar design aspects. In the same series, we also see Old Man Bruce don a more beefed up version of this getup too. Batman brought a new weapon to his fight with Firefly, a smoke gun that puts out the heel's flames. It bears a resemblance to Mr. Freeze's freeze gun from BTAS. I kind of wish they just went all the way with that. It would have been a fun story point to see Bruce repurpose some of Victor's old tech. Heck, maybe he did. The only small knock I'll mention in this episode is Firefly quickly jumping from revenge on Cassidy to burning all of Gotham down. It's a logical step for a villain like this to do, but maybe in his second appearance. I know he was going to use the destruction of the city as a cover to get away with Cassidy, but couldn't he have just flown away with her? Whatever. It's a nitpick. I really like this installment, and I think you'll find something to like in it too. Give it a watch or rewatch. This is a Firefly you'll want to see burn bright. Back in 2009, Bruce Timm called The Ultimate Thrill, quote, probably the most blatantly risque episode we've ever done. You can thank Alan Burnett and Hilary Bader for that one, end quote. Just how far did the new Batman adventures go with this episode? Let's find out. Roxy Rocket, aka former stuntwoman Roxanne Sutton, is a new thief in town, known for her death-defying escapes from robberies and devil-may-care attitude. Her handy riding rocket is Roxy's main means of transportation, but it makes her easy to identify, as her high-stakes holdups draw the attention of Batman. She's able to slip through his fingers twice, loving every second of the chase. It turns out this daredevil is really working for Penguin and delivering the stolen goods to him for a fee. Batman and Batgirl begin to catch on to their business relationship, which puts Roxy in a perilous position on multiple fronts. Roxy Rocket was created by Paul Dini and Bruce Timm in the Batman Adventures comics, 1994's annual special to be exact. She doesn't have too long of a story there, but she was apprehended by Batman for robbery and released on parole 2 years later, saying she'd been reformed. Later on, Catwoman impersonates her on a heist, which leads to Batman and Roxy confronting a fleeing Selina Kyle at the airport. Sutton is able to clear her name and is shown to have a romantic interest in Batman. Dini and Timm liked her so much that they brought her into TNBA for this episode. While she's not nearly as popular as other elements created in the DCAU, Roxy has appeared in Superman the Animated Series, a video game, more comics, and even Justice League action. I'll admit she's a pretty fun character, and I wouldn't have minded seeing her as a minor love interest for Batman in the same vein as Catwoman. There's a lot to like about Roxy in The Ultimate Thrill, including Charity James's charismatic vocal performance, her old-school design and vehicle of choice, in addition to her adventurous theme by composer Michael McCuistion. Roxy's backstory involves her costing movie studios a fortune for setting up disastrous stunts, even tanking an entire film due to the insurance costs. When no company would insure her after that, she lost everything and went down a defiant criminal path. The character is essentially an adrenaline junkie, who now gets her kicks in the thrill of a heist. She's not nearly among the worst of the worst in Gotham, highlighted by her association with Penguin, and I found myself rooting for her a bit as the underdog against Batman. This is the most screen time Oswald got in a TNBA episode thus far, and we fully saw his nefarious activities this time around. As I stated in my review of Joker's Millions, his new role as a legitimate businessman by day, letting others do his dirty work by night, is a great spot for him. He's kind of a small, bumbling kingpin who's still ruthless when he needs to be. As always, you can also count on him to make a pass at an attractive female associate.
Ever been pursued by a bird of prey?
Sorry, Pengy. Some things are just too scary, even for me.
Helping to battle Roxy's rocket is the first appearance in the production order of Batman's Jetwing. It showed up originally in the World's Finest 3-parter over on the Superman show, but the way it was used here is similar to the bat armor we saw Bruce don to fight Firefly in Torch Song. There's a reason he's breaking it out, since the less maneuverable Batwing was damaged in the first fight with Roxy. This might have seemed a little out of place in the animated series days, but it fits right in for the new Batman adventures. Bruce runs through an Easter egg with it in the tunnel he's chasing Sutton in. The Farmer Brown name will come back around when we cover the episode Critters. DCAU mainstay Dan Reba was back directing a very smooth-looking show here. The animation by Coco and Dong Yang really made the action sequences and darker scenes pop off the screen. Hilary J. Bader wrote her third TNBA installment with a pretty good track record at this point, having You Scratch My Back and Cold Comfort in her back pocket. Remember, Bruce Timm put this show's more adult-themed bits on her and producer Alan Burnett. We'll talk about those in a few minutes. Not wanting the heat from Batman, Penguin turns on Roxy, attempting to kill her in the Iceberg Lounge so his enemy won't have a chance to make her squeal. Roxy maneuvers her way out as the burly bird sends his henchgirls after her. That evening, Batman confronts Cobblepot at his high-rise apartment, looking for information on Roxy, and confirming he's involved with her robberies.
What say we have a little talk, just like old times?
At a local airport hangar, Roxy is attacked by Penguin's thugs, fighting them all off just as Batman arrives. She tries escaping on another one of her riding rockets. However, the Caped Crusader takes her spare, and they both ride off into the night. Roxy eventually destroys Batman's rocket, but that doesn't stop the Dark Knight. He makes his way onto her aircraft, forcing Roxy to begin a deadly game of chicken, as she sets the rocket to fly directly into the side of a cliff. Whoever jumps first loses. When Batman doesn't budge, Roxy tries taking control of the craft again, but Bruce stops her. She starts to enjoy the rush of their impending deaths before Batman jumps away with her just prior to the rocket smashing into the rock face and exploding. Through a parachute, they safely make their way to the ground where Roxy is arrested and detained by police, ending her streak of high risk, high reward. So yeah, there's an obvious sexual aspect to Roxy's character. Besides riding that rocket, it's pretty clear she's getting off on being on the run and the danger that goes along with it. Her thing for Batman, because of this, is explicitly stated several times.
I know he lives for the chase, and I was the best he ever had.
I love a man with staying power. Oh, baby, you're the best. Me and you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah!
Need I say more? Catwoman had her innuendos, but I don't think she ever got quite that excited. It fits Roxy's character, though. She found the one person who made her flinch in the face of certain doom. And let's be honest, Batman was kind of into it.
I thought you enjoyed risk.
Some other notes about this installment that caught my eye include these cops shooting willy-nilly into Gotham as they chased a flying Roxy. Some bystanders had to be hit there, right? A very Black Canary-looking woman is used as one of Batgirl's sources. Penguin has to have sexy henchgirls now too, and they double as waitresses at his lounge? We just saw Mr. Freeze employ some women for the same purposes, having them also dressed appropriately for his theme. I'm not sure if this was a Hilary Bader thing or a Bruce Timm thing, but this concept already felt overused. Harley worked as Joker's henchgirl because she had an actual character and was the only one. Then again, maybe they just wanted to change up all the male thugs we usually see, which, fair enough, I guess. Finally, here's the expensive painting that Roxy steals from Wayne Enterprises.
Wayne Industries is now the proud owner of Woman in Transition.
Well, it's still better than AI art. The Ultimate Thrill is a fun romp that doesn't take itself too seriously. While that may not always work for this series, it worked in this case. I'd recommend it. Just try not to get too excited watching.
Yeah. Yeah.
I, plenty of fans, and the production team consider Over the Edge one of this show's finest works. Whether it's Batman the Animated Series or the new Batman adventures, this episode stands above many of the other installments. Its focus on these characters in an impossible situation is unforgettable and made it a total classic. I dare say it could possibly be the very best episode in this new era of the series. Batgirl is dead, killed at the hands of the Scarecrow. She was unmasked in her final moments, revealing the face of Barbara Gordon to her father, Commissioner James Gordon. Shocked, betrayed, and broken, the Commissioner focuses all of his anger on Batman, claiming he's responsible for his daughter's death. The manhunt begins from there. A few minutes on Barbara's computer revealed Bruce's true identity, and the entire police force surrounds Wayne Manor to take the billionaire in. Now on the run, Batman, Robin, and Nightwing hide out, as Gordon learns he may be fired from the GCPD for his daughter's involvement with the Bat family. This leads the Commissioner to recruit a dangerous adversary from the Dark Knight's past, as the grieving father crosses almost any line to bring in the man who he blames for the death of the one closest to him. There are so many things about these 21 minutes that work to perfection. It jumps right into the story from the first frame, showing Gordon and the cops firing at Batman and Robin inside the Batcave. Shooting up Dick Grayson's original Robin suit was probably the most striking image in there, but Alfred and Gordon's only interaction in any BTAS or TNBA episode also made for a memorable moment.
Oh no, Wayne. No vanishing act this time.
No! You'll be able to tell pretty quickly that this is one of the best looking shows the series ever did. TMS animated it, so that's no surprise. In the audio commentary, Bruce Timm, Paul Dini, Glenn Murakami, and storyboard artist James Tucker all mention that it is indeed a gorgeous looking episode, and while they supervised the art direction and a few other things, the production of this show was all TMS.
We started using them on the Superman show as a outsourced pre-production unit as well as an animation unit, and they quickly got in the hang of how we storyboard things for, Western tradition. They really handled a lot of it.
Yuichiro Yano did a wonderful job here in his only DCAU directing job. The visuals are just outstanding throughout. This was also one of the first episodes to use digital effects and compositing, something that is the standard in pretty much any animated project now.
This was the first digital show. Well, I mean, half and half. Now, when I say they were done digitally, what I basically mean is the camera work and the backgrounds were composited digitally.
It's noticeable in some of these shots, specifically during the Batboat chase, but it looks good. I think it actually enhanced an already beautiful piece. This is by far Bob Hastings' best performance as Jim Gordon. He was always good, and I think overlooked sometimes because of how consistent he was, but he was given some great drama to sink his teeth into here. He nails every scene.
How could you? I worked with you, trusted you, and you never told me? She was my daughter. My daughter. Like a fool, I allowed you to run wild on your private crusade. A psychotic misfit, playing masked hero. Now I've paid for it with Barbara's life.
You know how I lost my parents. The only way I could hold on to my sanity was to take matters into my own hands.
That makes us even. I want him alive. Alive to rot away in Arkham, surrounded by the monsters he's created.
Of course, Kevin Conroy was amazing as well, playing this heartbreaking tragedy with a mixture of guilt, desperation, and a sense of nothing more to lose.
It's over, Tim. Gordon feels betrayed, and maybe he was. You have to leave me now. Give yourself up. No one will blame you for what happened.
What about you?
I don't know.
Scarecrow isn't in this episode too much, but his impact is felt. It may be the most terrifying he's ever been. Just look at how he moves, like a ghost hovering up that staircase in a flash. And that laugh? That was the closest thing to lines he had here. Interestingly, Scarecrow's grunts and guffawing weren't read by his TNBA actor, Jeffrey Combs. Instead, Hardak actor Jeff Glenn Bennett provided the vocals. I want to give you a full spoiler warning, since the big twist in this episode changes everything. You've probably figured out what it is, but just in case, you deserve the chance to check this out first. If you haven't seen it, it truly is one of the best I've covered for Batmay. Do yourself a favor and watch it. Alright, here we go. Nightwing is soon arrested as Batman leaves Tim to turn himself in. At Barbara's funeral, Gordon sets a trap for his former associate. Confronting Batman on a rooftop is the Commissioner's secret weapon, Bane. The pair battle high above Gotham streets until the Caped Crusader falls into Gordon's sights on top of the police headquarters. Breaking their deal, Bane tries to kill the Dark Knight and leaves the Commissioner hanging off the rooftop ledge. Batman is able to overcome the venom-fueled beast and pulls up a reluctant Jim Gordon from his deadly dangle. However, with one last gasp, Bane throws the bat signal at the crime fighters, sending them hurtling over the edge to certain death. Just then, Barbara Gordon jolts awake. She's recovering in the Batcave from a heavy dose of Scarecrow's fear toxin. Her death in the following scenario was her worst nightmare come to life. She decides then and there she has to tell her father about her life as Batgirl to avoid that possible future. After cooking him dinner one evening, Barbara begins to tell Jim the truth, but he cuts her off.
You're capable of making your own decisions. You don't need me to approve or even acknowledge them. And in this case, I can't. All you need to know is I love you. All of you. And that is all I have to say on the subject.
The episode ends with a silent, yet loving understanding between father and daughter. Not the most unpredictable twist, I know, but that doesn't affect my enjoyment of the show. With Scarecrow involved and a major character's death happening right away, it would be hard to believe that this was the new status quo for the series. While yes, that would have been a truly daring risk and pushed things to a new level, I don't think many fans would have wanted to see Barbara go in that fashion, with Batman and Gordon at each other's throats. This creative team took some big swings in the future, don't get me wrong. This just wasn't one that stuck. While Over the Edge did feature the quote-unquote death of Batgirl and some pretty adult themes, the only censor's note from Kids WB was to change the shot where Barbara landed on her dad's cop car. The idea was to show it all from a top view down, but to appease the network, they put the camera inside the car. Honestly, that may have been more graphic. It's certainly effective. The ramifications of Barbara's fear toxin attack are felt in a DCAU Batman Beyond comic from 2000. There, Barbara explains that due to the intensity of her exposure, she relapses every 4 or 5 years. The only way through it is to sleep for a few days with the help of a treatment Bruce developed. Hilary J. Bader wrote that story, and it's a really nice pseudo-sequel to this. Read it if you can find it. People may be split on this, but I like that Gordon knows Barbara is Batgirl. It only makes sense and presents him as a smarter character in retrospect. Does he know about Bruce Wayne's alter ego? I'm not sure. But if he did, I wouldn't say it's out of character for him to keep that secret at this point in the timeline. Bane makes his one and only New Batman Adventures appearance here. Unfortunately, he's only a hallucination, but he did show up for real in the Mystery of the Batwoman movie and Superman show. Let's not forget about his Batman Beyond episode as well. His redesign is less lucha libre and more,
We had to really make him scary and threatening, and so he's got a lot of leather and spikes and studs and the zippers and stuff, and yeah, he's a leather boy now.
He does look scarier, I'll give them that. The crooked teeth also help, but I mean, Bane's original design from the comics is pretty intimidating. I still don't know why they thought cutting the nose and mouth out of the mask in BTAS was a good idea. The fully masked version of the costume could have worked great for the new look instead of BDSM Bane, but whatever. Henry Silva returned to voice the character again. There's an even more sinister undertone to his delivery this time too.
I was hoping for more of a fight, but what could I expect from a killer of children?
When Bane first shows up in full gear, his reveal shot originally showed him with white lips. It's like that on the DVD and commented on by Bruce Timm, but for the Blu-ray release and on HBO Max, the color was fixed. My last note about Bane is when Gordon first approaches him in prison, it felt a lot like Batman's meeting with the Joker at the beginning of The Killing Joke.
You hate Batman almost as much as I do. Help me get him and I can strike a deal on your sentence.
Another pair of redesigned villains who pop up here are the Mad Hatter and the Riddler. They're in a talk show segment with Harley Quinn, Ventriloquist, Scarface, and this guy.
If the bat's on a spree, Wayne must pay the fee.
The whole bad guys blaming Batman for their crimes thing was covered well in the Season 2 episode Trial. Both Hatter and Riddler's new looks, I don't like, especially Riddler. I'd have rather not seen him at all in TNBA than see the character revert to his skin-tight question mark leotard. Mad Hatter goes along with this style more, but I'm not a fan of the muted color scheme and size reduction. Bruce Timm explains a bit about the thought process behind the show's overall revamp and the commentary track.
One of the things I love about the new look is how angular it is, and it really forces everybody to be on model and consistent. Physically, all of the new look shows just look better than the original Batman animated series, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, as a fan, I disagree with that in general, but when you have an episode that looks this good, I can see his argument to a certain degree. Writer Paul Dini mentioned in the same commentary that he had this idea for a long time, but was afraid to pitch it, thinking it would be turned down. It didn't get immediate support from the whole team, but producer Alan Burnett and Bruce Timm thought it was brilliant, and off it went to become an all-timer. What more is there to say? I love Over the Edge. It's probably still in my top 5 for the whole BTAS era. If it's been a while since you've seen it, watch it now. You'll get a taste of just how dark this night could get. Want to watch Batman fight a full-size animatronic dinosaur? Or face off against She-Go from Kim Possible with her Chippendales dancer henchmen? Well, Mean Seasons might be for you. A new villain named Calendar Girl appears at a fashion show in April and kidnaps the head designer, Donna Day. The only clue she leaves behind is a calendar with the current month and day circled. Beyond that, there are no leads. When August rolls around, another attack occurs at the Gotham Motors Auto Show. Now wearing a different outfit, Calendar Girl looks to kidnap Barclay James, the spokesman for the company. Batman tries to intervene, but the Rogue and her henchmen get away with their target. Again, she leaves a calendar at the scene of the crime. Barbara and Bruce do some digging on the Batcomputer and find out who is likely behind Calendar Girl's mask, but they have no idea when the criminal will show up next. If you're a longtime Batman comics fan, you probably know who Calendar Man is. He was created in 1958, but is most well known for Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale's classic 1996 limited series, The Long Halloween, and its sequel, Dark Victory. There, he was developed as a cerebral antagonist for the Dark Knight after being a much lighter character in earlier appearances. Calendar Girl is an obvious take off that character, but her alter ego and motivations are very different. While she works great in this story, one wonders how Calendar Man would have functioned in the DCAU. According to a few online rumors, he was slated to make an appearance at some point, but after his female counterparts episode, those plans were scrapped. A big running theme here is the onset of aging and how that affects the characters. We see Bruce grapple with this a bit in a few scenes. There's a storyline involving one of his employees at Wayne Enterprises retiring at the mandatory age of 65. Bruce is surprised when he finds this out, thinking the employee, Bernie Benson, is younger. This leads to Wayne pondering his own age, as we see him look for gray hair in a mirror. Later, he also comments on some archive footage that dates him.
I do remember. Pretty girl.
Don't you mean woman? She was your age when she made that commercial, Bat Boy.
Yes, that is a little dig at the term girl from Batgirl of all people, but it does get Bruce thinking even more about ageism. This concludes in a scene where Wayne cancels Benson's retirement.
I'm changing the retirement policy. You can work here for as long as you can do the job.
Yes! TMS was in charge of most of the production, which is why Hiroyuki Aoyama was in the director's chair for this one. It's a good-looking episode with a few standout sequences, like Batman fighting that dinosaur and some nice match-dissolve transitions. The action is also very impactful, as Batman and the Chippendales dancers take some wince-worthy abuse. This was Aoyama's only TNBA directing assignment, but he did direct a few Superman TAS episodes. Hilary J. Bader penned another unique-feeling script off a story by Rich Fogel. I'm really appreciating this pair's work on these latest rewatches. Their stories, especially Bader's, feel refreshing and present a different perspective that wasn't always in the original series. Calendar Girl's true identity is revealed to be fashion model and actress Paige Monroe. Her face was everywhere for a few years, but that all changed when
she turned 30. What are you gonna do?
Batman and Batgirl interrogate her former agent, Irv Kleinman, and find out that after leading a failed sitcom, Monroe disappeared. Rumors even went around that she was horribly scarred in a facial surgery. October then arrives, and with it, Calendar Girl resurfaces. This time it's at the Gotham World Broadcasting Network's fall season upfronts. As GWB advertises their new slate of programs, the villain and her muscle make an appropriate entrance before going after network executive Frederick Frowner. Batman and Batgirl burst in to stop them and chase the group outside onto the studio backlots. Calendar Girl has the one-up on the crime fighters, though, as she sicks a robotic Tyrannosaurus Rex on them. When the dust settles, our heroes barely make it out with their lives, and Calendar Girl is gone. Later, Barbara discovers that Paige Monroe still owns a defunct nightclub called Faces in Gotham's redevelopment district. At Monroe's hideout, we see she has all 3 of her captives tied up, watching a slideshow that blames them for her downfall from the entertainment industry. She walks out in a black costume with a scythe, aiming to celebrate the Day of the Dead by killing Day, James, and Frowner. Just before the final blow, Batman and Batgirl arrive. When an image of her young and beautiful face is destroyed on the projector screen, Monroe is distracted, leading Batman to finally take her down. Calendar Girl and her thugs are arrested. While in handcuffs, Harvey Bullock rips the mask off her face, revealing a still beautiful woman. She screams in agony, crying for no one to look at her. Batgirl is confused by this development.
She's beautiful.
She can't see that anymore. All she sees are the flaws.
I got early Clayface vibes from Calendar Girl. Both Paige Monroe and Matt Hagen were known for their looks at the peak of their popularity and fame. Hagen's career doesn't derail because of his age, but his appearance is the major factor. Where his disfigurement was physical, Monroe's ended up being mental. Despite all the apparently successful plastic surgery she underwent, she still feels as if she's hideous and wants no one to even lay eyes on her face. Body dysmorphia and the industries that perpetuate it in a lot of cases are very mature subjects for the new Batman adventures to take on. While this isn't necessarily as dark as what the BTAS era may have done with the idea, it still feels like a solid, heavy message was given the spotlight in Mean Seasons. The casting couch makes an appearance with Agent Irv Kleinman trying to put the moves on an innocent young actress. This was always a well-known situation behind the scenes in entertainment, but it feels even more relevant now after the last few years.
Can't you see I'm in a meeting?
Meeting's been canceled.
GWB seems to be a parody of the WB, the same network the new Batman adventures aired on. Well, they aired on Kids WB, of course, their children's block. We get to see teasers for such surefire hits as Model Students, a drama about the pressures of modeling school.
So you weren't picked for the swimsuit issue. It's who you are inside that counts.
Malibu Vets.
The heartwarming adventures of a group of young beach-going veterinarians.
And finally, my favorite, Teen Cop.
You're busted!
Teen Cop, inner-city street drama with a fresh attitude.
Education rules!
Doesn't even seem that far off from a real show in the 90s. That's how good this satire was/is. All this just underscores how spot on some of this overall commentary was. It still holds up. The only small complaint I have about this story is the climax. I love the creepy slideshow Paige shows her victims and how she presents herself at the end of it. It's great visual storytelling. But when you think about it, Monroe kept Donna Day there since April, Barkley James since August, and we're now at the beginning of November. They were all taken on the dates they fired Monroe for being too old. I get that. I was just hoping for a bigger finale, maybe being broadcast on TV or something to show the world Calendar Girl's revenge. She did have a reason to try and display this to the populace, since she was a famous face who she blamed her captives for turning into a hideous monster. It may have made a little more sense and justified Monroe keeping them for so long, but that's just my opinion. The climax still works as is. I'm going to recommend this one to you. Check it out with fresh eyes, and you'll see a few things that seem like they were written for today while being enough of a parody to not feel preachy. This season, or any other, Mean Seasons is a winner. In the commentary track for Critters, the production team all admit that this is one of the most reviled Batman episodes they ever made from a fan perspective. But they really like it because of how goofy it is, among other reasons. Where do I stand on this one? Let's discuss, shall we? At Gotham's Agricultural Expo, microbiologist Farmer Brown presents his revolutionary way of helping to feed families and nations all over the world. His homemade growth hormones turn animals into giants. He shows off an example to the crowd with a monstrous cow, or sheep? Panda bull? Honestly, I don't know what that thing is supposed to be, but there it is. The animal is spooked by the flashing lights from the onlookers' cameras and breaks out of its cage, causing havoc in the convention center. Watching from the crowd, Bruce Wayne covers the mammal in a curtain as it knocks itself down. From there, Farmer Brown sedates it. Later, in a courtroom, Brown is ordered to halt his experiments and move any living specimens outside Gotham City. The farmer mentions that millions of dollars went into his work, and if he can't continue, he'll be ruined. This doesn't help his case, as the order is passed. 1 year later, giant praying mantises, mutated chickens, and enormous bulls start attacking the city. The Bat family is on the case, but eventually, a talking goat shows up in Commissioner Gordon's office.
50 million in unmarked bills. The docks tonight or the bugs come back for good.
I know this episode's reputation. People didn't like it when it came out, and as far as I can tell, there's not a lot of love out there for it now either. Shout out to the people in the comments saying, actually, I like it. That's fine. Like what you like. I am no fan of Critters. It feels like a goofy premise just for the sake of it. Now, I don't want you to only think I dislike it because it's silly. There are a handful of episodes, a few from just this season, that have wacky concepts and lighter tones that I enjoy quite a bit. We just talked about The Ultimate Thrill. Roxy Rocket definitely went into camp territory there, and that was still a fun story. It felt like it had a point and established an interesting new antagonist. Joker's Millions and the Harley Quinn-centric shows like Harley's Holiday, Harley Quinade, and Harley and Ivy also had a lot more comedy and ridiculous situations in them. Those all worked because the characters gave us a reason to care. Farmer Brown doesn't. He wasn't a pre-established villain, and this wasn't based on an old comic storyline from the Golden or Silver Age, as far as I know. He and his daughter are just these random Southern American stereotypes, but the twist is, he's smart? Brown is a microbiologist, and his demeanor is directly called out in the episode for being more similar to Jed Clampett from the Beverly Hillbillies than anything else.
So you survived the Joker and the rest of those freaks, only to buy it from Jed Clampett and a bunch of bugs.
So the contrast is supposed to be humorous, I guess. In the commentary track, Bruce Timm acknowledges that anyone watching this wouldn't know when it's trying to be funny or not, and in that lies one of the big problems. The story was outlined by Steve Gerber in his second writing credit for TNBA. As a reminder, Gerber created Howard the Duck and was well known for some of his more zany, outlandish stories. This definitely fits into the same ballpark as Love is a Crock. The difference is, he had full writing credit on that one. Here, after his outline was approved after initially not being liked behind the scenes, they brought in Joe R. Lansdale to write the teleplay. The same Joe R. Lansdale who wrote the scripts for Showdown, Read My Lips, and freaking Perchance to Dream. This was his only new Batman Adventures credit, and this is what they gave him to write? What a waste. Even he couldn't make this story work. It may have just been that Gerber wasn't a great fit for the series, and his concepts didn't land very well in this world. We do know that the creative team were all questioning why this went into production at all.
When I handed it to the director and the storyboard artist, their reaction was,
"Oh, this sucks." I think we were going to stage a coup or something. We just like read the outline and went, "You've got to be kidding."
I remember it being in the story session with the other writers when Steve came in and he goes, "I have this idea for a villain. He's called Farmer Brown." And it was like crickets in the room. Can this work in Batman?
The answer was no. But by the time the episode was finished, most of the team came around on it. Their main defense was that Farmer Brown seemed like a villain that would have shown up in the third season of the Adam West Batman show.
It is very much like an Adam West Batman show, except that it is played straighter.
Look, I've said this before, but it's worth repeating. I always respected Adam West and thought he actually had a great career for himself when it was all said and done. I understand the importance and cultural impact of the 66 series, but if that was the first version of Batman I ever saw, I'm not sure it would have made me a fan, even as a kid. With Batman the Animated Series, they were actively trying to distance themselves from that and follow more in the darker comics and Tim Burton's movie steps. They ended up making the best iteration of the character ever along the way. To see them make something like this just because it felt like the 60s show is so odd to me. This was very late in the run, I get that. But they branched out in other ways that worked, including an almost direct ode to that era in Legends of the Dark Knight. From a character perspective, it was nice to see Batman, Robin, and Batgirl all teamed up to take on a threat. They also had good old Harvey Bullock at their side. But even Bruce is a little off here, as his writing conflicts with his out-of-costume persona we had seen earlier in the series.
Quick thinking, Wayne.
Actually, I was trying to escape through the window. You've got to have a little faith, Sharon. Karen, you're not going to help me, are you?
I know this isn't out of character for the public identity of Wayne in general, but this version of Bruce would usually be charming, even in these awkward situations. At least he got his black eyes back for a second. Oh hey, Robin's got jokes.
Holy cow!
had to say it.
That's a lot of bull.
That bull also crashes through a fine china shop.
Nice.
There are a few fun facts that occurred behind the scenes. Dan Reba, the director of this episode, had just gotten this script while working on The Ultimate Thrill and had the storyboard artists add that Farmer Brown truck into one of Batman and Roxy's chases.
Nice.
Also, the part of the episode where one of the chickens bite open a vat of barbecue sauce was originally supposed to be frying oil, cooking the giant bird then and there. Instead, the censors had them change it, and it ended up looking like blood.
Nice.
I suppose Farmer Brown also mutated these chickens to fly and gave Timon here roid rage. Come on, man. Hakuna Matata.
Nice.
Detective Harvey Bullock delivers the demanded cash to Brown's daughter, Emmylou, and tags along behind her boat back to their hideout. He's discovered by the genetically enhanced woman and given as food to a rather portly pig. Luckily, the Bat family interrupts the feeding session and battle Farmer Brown's twisted artificial ranch. But when Emmylou captures Robin, Batman is forced to concede. Our heroes are gathered inside a rocket made from a silo with unhatched giant mantises inside. The rocket's destination is Gotham Park Lake, where the mantises will feed on Gothamites. Before the silo takes off, one of the insects hatch, and Batman tricks it into prying the door open. Everyone escapes and flees the area, just not before the Dark Knight crashes a truck into the rocket as it goes airborne. Mid-flight, it explodes over the city, the pieces of which land near Brown's getaway boat. Soon after, the Browns are arrested and hauled away, ending the episode. Was there anything here I liked? Yes, this shot of Farmer Brown looking out a window. I like this shot. I will say, I think Farmer Brown could have worked in the prologue of a Justice League episode. They should have thrown him in a Batman the Brave and the Bold show, too. That would have been funny. At best, Critters was a swing and a miss. No one comes to Batman the Animated Series for the Adam West show. They even brought in the man himself and made one of the absolute best noir-type stories in BTAS history with the Grey Ghost. So this all baffles me when you know there were other great ideas in that writing room that never saw the light of day, and Critters is one that broke through. Is it the worst installment of the whole shebang? It very well might be. Because of that, I know anyone who hasn't seen it will want to, but it's just not a fun way to spend 21 minutes. If you're curious, check it out and listen to the commentary track if you can find it. Otherwise, leave them critters alone.
Nice.
Catwoman is back again, causing trouble for the Dark Knight in Cult of the Cat. This would be Selina Kyle's final new Batman Adventures appearance and only her second episode of the revamped season. Is it a worthy send-off for one of Batman's most well-known frenemies? Let's find out right meow. Sorry. Selina is on the run from a cat-worshipping cult who she just stole a golden kitty statuette from. Their soldiers are relentless and keep chasing her out of their compound and into downtown Gotham. Kyle goes to Batman for help, but even he isn't able to stop the tenacious cultists from abducting her. The Caped Crusader now has to track down the group's headquarters before Catwoman is sacrificed at the altar of their god. This was a very by-the-numbers Catwoman story. At this point in the series, after seeing the character go through so much just to end up the way she did in TNBA, it was a letdown. In her only appearances this season, she seems to have fully reverted back to and embraced her villain status. I know she's supposed to be morally ambiguous, but if you look at where she was in the middle of her arc in BTAS to now, she's a lot less interesting and isn't given much to do from a character development perspective. It all just seems old hat with a constant questioning of whose side is she really on. Who cares? If you keep asking the same question over and over and there is no real answer, sometimes that question starts to lose its meaning. She's on her own side, like always. Selina's a manipulator that you know always has an ulterior motive. That's why I really like the twist in You Scratch My Back, where the Bat family outsmarted her. In Cult of the Cat, Batman starts off on the right foot.
Let me guess. You needed a warm place to spend the night. I know of one. Jail.
But ends up falling for the same old trick for the 100th time. You can't trust Catwoman, rinse, repeat. Maybe that's why she showed up so rarely this season. There wasn't much left to do with her. Paul Dini and Stan Berkowitz co-conceived this story, with the latter writing the teleplay. Butch Lukic returned from You Scratch My Back to direct the other Catwoman story for the revamped batch of installments. It is a nice-looking episode, and I like the cat cultist costume designs and Wolverine claws. The only downside to all that black in everyone's suits is sometimes they get lost in a shadow blob when overlapping. There's also some notable cell dirt here, especially in this close-up of Catwoman's eyes and on this metal door. We do get one great scene with Batman interrogating one of the cultists in the Batcave. I love how this turned out.
Tell me where Catwoman is. You're fond of cats, aren't you? Maybe you'll like my favorite animal.
This was awesome! The scene is enhanced by Christopher Carter's music, too. Just stinks that it wasn't in a better episode. In the comics, Thomas Blake, the leader of the cult, is the villain Catman.
Catman!
No, not that one. That would have been better. They've tried to turn Blake into more of a semi-reformed good guy over the years, but he's overhauled as something completely different here. Considering how far they sometimes went into goofy territory in these final 24 episodes, maybe having the actual Catman show up would have been fun. Hey, if they could have the Condiment King make enough sense in BTAS, why not Catman in TNBA?
Catman!
After getting the location information out of one of the cultists, Batman breaks into the group's compound and tries to rescue Catwoman, who talked her way out of being sacrificed and is about to be initiated into their organization. Looking to stay and steal more of their expensive items, she knocks Batman out just as the group's leader walks in. Thinking she's proved herself, some henchmen take the unconscious Batman to their pit. The cult still needs blood to sanctify the once-stolen statue, and Bruce fits the bill. He's attacked by a large, genetically mutated feline as all of the cultists look on. Before Batman bites the dust for good, Catwoman jumps in to save him. Taking control of the mutant, Selina sicks it on the watching cultists, and the destruction of the building begins, during which Batman has a showdown with Blake, and Kyle fights Thomas's right-hand woman. Eventually, Blake is taken down by his own monster, and his cult of the cat is defeated. Later, Commissioner Gordon is talking with Batman about how it seems many of the group's prizes are missing from the compound. Cut to Paris, where Selina sits on a bed with her feline friend Isis, surrounded by stolen diamonds and jewels. The centerpiece of her new collection is the golden statuette she took from the beginning of the story. We all know cats like Catwoman, but it's pushed a little too far here. This sort of felt like a storytelling crutch when they couldn't think of a better way for Selina to get out of trouble. The Panther likes her and chases off the cultists, covering her initial escape. Blake's cat jumps to Kyle's defense when another cat person threatens her, and that monstrosity even listens to Selina when she tells it to attack everyone else. Just seemed a little too convenient. It would have been a funny payoff if on the third instance, the mutant cat actually didn't listen to her and they had to come up with another way to get out. While this was Catwoman's last TNBA appearance, she would show up in the silent 6-minute short Chase Me, which was an extra feature on the Mystery of the Batwoman movie DVD. Oh, also Gotham Girls, but is that canon? We'll have to discuss it later. I think Cult of the Cat is a definite skip. There's not much interesting stuff happening here, and it feels like they were spinning their wheels with Selina Kyle around this period. My recommendation? Go rewatch some of her better episodes in the original animated series. Or just flip on some Catman.
Catman!
Animal Act is another of the rare episodes Bruce Timm has called one of his least favorite DCAU shows. It features some background on Dick Grayson's childhood as a circus performer and animals committing crimes. What's not to like? Right? On patrol one night, Batman, Robin, and Nightwing come across a gorilla dressed in a trench coat stealing a circuit board from a radio tower.
Peaches?
It's a monkey!
I know that gorilla.
Strangely enough, Nightwing recognizes the primate as Peaches, one of the animals at the circus where Grayson grew up with his family. Haley's Circus is in town, so Dick and Tim Drake investigate. They talk to Miranda Kane, one of Grayson's childhood friends, who's now the lead animal handler. Peaches is safely in her cage, so there's no hard evidence of any wrongdoing. Later, Batman discovers that every town Haley's Circus has been the last 6 months have reported strange thefts of electronic items. After another robbery attempt, this time by bears, Miranda is a suspect. She tells Grayson she has no idea how her animals got out, leaving him to either trust his old friend or dig deeper. Hilary J. Bader wrote and Kurt Gaeta directed Animal Act, so you're starting off with a solid 1-2 punch there. Anything regarding Dick Grayson's backstory is usually pretty interesting. I mean, the Robin's Reckoning two-parter was some of the best stuff in the whole series, and we do get a few nice scenes from that premise. I really like this simple sequence of Grayson looking over an old family photo album when Batman shows up.
You could knock.
But I'd be lying if I said this was a good episode. I don't think it's the worst of the whole show, especially with Critters and the Terrible Trio out there, but it is a touch subpar. I mentioned in my Terrible Trio review from last year that Bruce Timm listed some of his favorite and most hated DCAU installments back in 2004 on the forums of a website called AnimeSuperhero.com. He included Animal Act with the likes of Prophecy of Doom, Cat Scratch Fever, and the aforementioned Terrible Trio as shows he apologized for. I'm not going to defend it too much, but again, from this fan's perspective, the episode isn't that bad. I'm still surprised the creative team liked Critters so much when this also features the concept of animal antagonists. The twist this story takes does affect things quite a bit. Let's break it down and see if it helped. When Batman shows Dick security footage of the Bears being aware enough to punch in an access code on a keypad, they return to Haley's with a sneaking suspicion. Late that night at the circus, Miranda approaches a clown close to the bear enclosure.
Who are you?
A lonely wretch named Jervis Tetch, also known as
the Mad Hatter.
Hatter was disguised as a clown for months, using his mind control technology to accomplish his jobs. He didn't need to be in close proximity to his subjects if they were animals, making them ideal to commit his crimes. Batman and Nightwing arrive to save Miranda from the mind-controlled animals and go after Jervis. But just when they have him cornered, Tetch reveals that the whole circus is under his control. As the former dynamic duo fight off the circus performers, fire is set to Hatter's hat, forcing him to remove it momentarily. That's enough time for his mental dominance over the circus to break, and he flees. Following a short standoff with a gun, Batman disarms Tetch and Peaches the gorilla exits her cage to subdue Hatter until the authorities arrive. Sometime later, Bruce and Dick walk the circus grounds as attendees. At the kids' request, we see that Grayson got Tim a job working for Miranda. Unfortunately for Drake, it's not the most glamorous position. I think I've mentioned in past videos that I'm a Mad Hatter fan. It was cool to see him here, even if I don't love his redesign. His scenes as the circus clown were actually pretty funny, specifically the one with Bullock.
I ain't laughing, Clarabelle. I'll give you to the count of 3. I hate clowns.
This was the last TNBA appearance for the Mad Hatter, although he was in the Superman episode Nighttime, which aired a couple weeks after this. I still really wish this character would get a proper live-action movie adaptation. Maybe one day. I can't recommend Animal Act. It's definitely in the lower tier of new Batman adventures. There are a few things to like, just not enough. However, we do take a deeper dive into a more intriguing part of Dick Grayson's past in the next episode. See you then. Old Wounds finally gives us the details of Dick Grayson's departure from the Robin role, and does so in dramatic fashion. It's one of the more emotional episodes of the new Batman adventures, and probably of BTAS in general. On patrol one evening, Tim Drake's Robin fails to capture a mugger who ends up being apprehended by Nightwing. After bickering a bit, Robin asks his predecessor whatever happened to the original dynamic duo, and why there's so much tension between them. Grayson relents and tells Drake the whole story. We flash back to Dick's graduation from GSU several years earlier. Bruce fails to make it to the ceremony since he's out as Batman. Later that night, Grayson's romantic dinner with Barbara Gordon is interrupted by a call from the Dark Knight. He has a lead on a heist about to happen at Gotham Space Labs and requires Robin's help. Dick has to abruptly leave his date and joins Batman, only to see that the mastermind behind this nefarious plot is none other than the Joker. Joker has his men steal a radar disruptor as Batman and Robin crash in to stop him. When the Caped Crusader is pinned down from falling wreckage, the boy wonder chases the only goon left behind, a man named Connor. He follows the thug back to his apartment where his wife and young son also reside. Upon seeing the child, Robin hesitates, but Batman soon bursts through the window and starts aggressively interrogating Connor in front of his crying son. Robin has seen enough and leaves. Now into the AM hours, Grayson shows up at Barbara's apartment, furious about an argument with Bruce. Before he goes into detail, Grayson exits, leaving Barbara to go to Wayne Manor and confront Bruce about the situation. In response, Wayne leads her into the Batcave and reveals the truth.
Yes, I admit it. I am Batman.
It's all right, Alfred.
Very good, son.
He's also familiar with Gordon's alter ego.
I'm not the only one with the secret, am I? Batgirl.
Bruce hopes this all helps Barbara understand some of the problems between the billionaire and his ward. However, a televised message from the Joker interrupts their talk. The Clown Prince of Crime wants $40 million to stop the use of his radar disruptor, which has scrambled radar signals in the greater Gotham area, potentially causing airplanes to collide over the city. With no time to find Grayson, Barbara volunteers to join Batman in taking down this latest threat. This is one of my favorite shows from either series. I've already mentioned that I'm a big fan of Robin/Nightwing/Dick Grayson, so this probably isn't much of a shock. Old Wounds injects realistic drama between the good guys, and it was a conflict that took Batman's DCAU story down a much darker path. We had seen Bruce and Dick argue from time to time, but they always made up soon after. The TNBA time jump throwing us into a post-Grayson Bat family without explaining things at first had kind of a whiplash effect, but it also built intrigue into what exactly happened between Batman and Robin. As with real-life relationships, the answer is complicated, containing a lot of gray areas. It's this kind of mature storytelling that always propelled the animated series to heights well above its peers. The repercussions of this event were even felt decades later, as mentioned and shown in Batman Beyond. Rich Fogel did an excellent job with this script. With such an important incident at the forefront, I'm surprised Paul Dini didn't at least have a co-story by credit. I'm sure he and Bruce Timm were involved to a certain degree, but Fogel is the writer here, and these exchanges are fantastic. The dynamics, not just between Grayson, Bruce, and Barbara, but also between Nightwing and the young Robin, are top-notch.
You sound just like Batman.
I'm nothing like him.
I'd love to know what happened between you two.
Things change. Maybe you should ask him.
I did. And you'll never guess what he said. Things change.
There's a big brother-little brother relationship going on there that I wish they had explored more. This is really the only episode where we see the Bird Boys bonding. What we do get to see more of is Grayson and Barbara's romance. It's hinted at a few times in BTAS episodes, and more explicitly in the Sub-Zero movie, but in the flashback, we see just how serious they were becoming.
Whatever my future holds, I hope it includes you.
I was always rooting for Barbara and Dick to make it work, but that might have been too appropriate of a future for them. Considering where Barbara's romantic life goes from here, appropriate is definitely not a word to describe it anyway. In that same scene, Dick also mentions he's planning on breaking away from the Wayne family fortune. He has a trust fund through Haley Circus that he can inherit, which was an insurance settlement from when his parents died. So the future was already looking like it might not include Robin with Batman anymore. In the Batman Adventures comics, show writer Hilary J. Bader wrote a limited series called The Lost Years that debuted at the end of November 1997 and finished in March of the following year. It expands upon some of these flashback scenes along with telling the story of how Dick became Nightwing. Interestingly, Old Wounds didn't air until October of 1998, so you could have read this whole story before the new Batman Adventures put it on TV. However, the episode is apparently not an adaptation of the comic. From what I found online, the books adapted the Old Wounds script as the installment was still in production. An aspect that sets the comics retelling of these events apart from the show is the use of the BTAS character models. Don't get me wrong, it was cool seeing Grayson in the old Robin suit in the episode too. It's touched up just a bit and I actually really like how it looks. Having the cape draped over one shoulder was a nice choice, but considering the time period, it would have been great to see all the old costume designs. They changed Batman's outfit in a few flashback scenes from the animated series, so why couldn't they do it here? Seeing the dark blue cape and cowl with the yellow oval around the bat symbol would have been a treat in this model style. Same goes for Batgirl. Her old costume isn't the best, but having her wear it here would make sense. Then again, I don't know if she brought her suit to Wayne Manor when Bruce showed her the cave, so maybe this is the first appearance of the new and improved costume he had pre-made for her.
I took the liberty to create something in your size.
Let's just not think about that. To make sense of Joker's redesign, we should have gotten Batman punching him so hard it inverted his eyes, knocked the red from his lips, and green from his hair. At least that would have been some explanation. All kidding aside, there are some really great shots in this episode, and it looks quite good overall. From large shadows of the characters fighting on a skyscraper's exterior, to a funhouse Joker reflection, and even Robin... flying? Okay, he has the grappling hook in his hand, but still, look at that. Regardless, director Kurt Gaeta, the storyboard artists, and animators deserve heavy praise. Grayson soon arrives in the Batcave to discover Barbara and Bruce have teamed up to go after the Joker. He reaches the fray just in time to save Batgirl from a big fall and joins the fight. Gordon eventually tricks Joker into destroying the radar disruptor, and the criminal is KO'd. Moments later, Robin is enraged that Bruce brought Barbara into danger and never told him he knew she was Batgirl.
It wasn't my place to tell you.
This leads to a blowout between Wayne and Grayson.
I thought we had the same goals.
Things change. I changed. The game's over, Batman. I quit.
Robin, wait.
Dick left his mask and cape behind, and Robin was no more. Nightwing wraps up his story to the new Boy Wonder by saying Bruce will never change and that he still holds resentment against him. They walk back to the mugging scene from earlier and discover a wallet with a familiar ID inside. The vigilantes then check out a Wayne Enterprises security office where Connor, Joker's henchman from Dick's story, is surprised to see them. After they return his wallet, Connor explains that he's held this job for a while now. Ever since that night with Batman and Robin, he turned his life around, even given this position by Bruce Wayne himself. Wayne never fails to stop by and ask how Connor's son is either. Seeing that Bruce may have more compassion than he gave him credit for, Nightwing seems satisfied with this outcome. The bat signal soon lights up the sky, and the original Robin finally seems ready to embrace his family again.
You coming?
I guess it's about time.
They swing off together as Nightwing's theme blares, finishing off the installment. Everything about that rooftop confrontation with Robin, Batgirl, and Batman is handled perfectly. There's so much going on, and it couldn't have been easy to juggle. Dick finds out Barbara is Batgirl as she finds out he's Robin.
How could you keep something like this from me?
You weren't exactly honest with me either.
But you told him.
He knew.
Dick then blames Bruce for putting Barbara in danger, and it creates the perfect storm for an iconic scene.
I volunteered.
You think you did. You don't know him like I do. He manipulates, pulls strings, anything to get what he wants.
It's brilliant stuff. A beautifully sad and heartbreaking scene for our heroes. Adding to the drama is Shirley Walker subtly weaving in the Nightwing theme. That music put the final touches on one of my personal favorite sequences in the show's entire run. I encourage you, Batman fans, if you've never seen Old Wounds, it's a must-watch story in the history of these characters. Find it and take it in. It reminds us that some wounds may never heal, but there's always hope that we can learn from them. I always thought Etrigan and Jason Blood were cool characters. Whenever they pop up in animated DC projects, I'm usually excited to see how they're going to be used. The Demon Within was my first exposure to these two, and while it's a magic-laden departure for the often more grounded new Batman adventures, it didn't feel out of place. I really enjoyed Batman and Robin's dive into these supernatural situations. At a Gotham auction house, Bruce Wayne and Tim Drake sit in for the selling of an ancient branding iron. It's said to have been originally used by the Arthurian-era witch Morgan Le Fay. In the audience, two parties go back and forth, bidding extremely high amounts for it. One of the parties is a peculiar-looking child named Clarion, sitting with a mischievous smile on his face and a cat in his arms. The other is a man named Jason Blood. When Clarion seems to have strongly outbid Mr. Blood, Bruce steps in.
1 million.
Oh, million! Bruce wins the bidding war and immediately hands the prize off to Jason Blood. The two are apparently friends. After a vague threat from Clarion, Jason invites Wayne and Drake back to his residence to catch up. There, a curious Tim asks about one of Blood's grotesquely fascinating pieces on display.
It's Merlin's demon, Etrigan. He summoned it to defend the realm of Camelot, Merlin's home. When Camelot finally fell, Merlin decided to merge the creature with one of King Arthur's noblemen.
It looks like you, but that'd be impossible. You'd have to be over 1,500 years old.
Clarion's cat, Teagle, then slips in to quietly steal the iron. The trio catch it in the act and wrestle with the feline to regain possession of it. When Teagle magically transforms into a humanoid creature, Jason fights fire with fire.
Gone. Gone the form of man, rise the demon Etrigan.
Eventually, the cat creature is able to get away with the iron, leading Clarion to immediately perform a spell.
Ancient Morgan, I beseech you, from what is one, do now make two.
This separates Etrigan from Jason and puts the demon under the control of the Witch Boy. With the bond broken, Jason begins to rapidly age as Clarion wreaks havoc on Gotham in the company of his new heavy. Etrigan and Clarion were created by Jack Kirby in the early 1970s, and just by looking at them, you can tell. The idea of Etrigan being bonded to Jason in Arthurian times made for intriguing lore that they expounded on a bit in the character's next DCAU appearances during Justice League and JL Unlimited. I like the attention to detail shown here as Jason ages. He has 5 distinct models that show off his decay in different stages. In addition to that, the transformation sequences for the demon and Teagle are well animated, very deserving of some recognition. TMS was behind those services, with Atsuko Tanaka directing her second and last TNBA episode. The magical nature of this story gave the creative team an opportunity to use more surreal visuals. Batman stepping out of this brick wall, duplicates of the Dark Knight bursting into bats, and this Bat-Groot combo were fun departures from the usual. The composition of Batman in front of the full moon doesn't have any supernatural elements in it, but damn, it's a great shot. His leaping down from the building after, with Shirley Walker's music underneath, is peak Batman atmosphere. Clarion is a decent villain for Etrigan's debut. I love how the Witch Boy taunts Jason whenever he sees him.
We do have a way of bumping into each other, Uncle Jason.
How'd you ever get a brat like that for a nephew?
We're not related. For some reason, it amuses him to call me uncle.
He's a cocky little imp that can be creepy and intimidating when unhinged, but he's also just a kid. There are a few scenes that highlight this, such as when he has Majin Etrigan destroy a movie theater.
I hate sequels. Do it.
It's also pretty funny when the kid has his demon look through the contents of an ice cream truck.
No strawberry, master.
There's nothing as good as strawberry. Nothing.
They break into the aptly named Kirby Cake Company soon after, just for the child to gorge on sweet confections, including that tasty rock cake. This is Clarion's only DCAU appearance, but he's shown up in other animated shows and video games over the years. Both Jason Blood and Etrigan are voiced by Billy Zane. That's right, the Phantom himself. He didn't return for the character's future appearances, but he did give both personas, especially Jason, a sense of prestige. Zane and the actor who voiced Clarion, Stephen Wolf Smith, were actually both in Titanic together. Stephen played a very small role there, but you could call this a reunion if you wanted. Unfortunately, this was his last acting role, as he passed away in 2000. Because of the spell, Etrigan can't resist Clarion's commands, and mayhem reigns upon the city. Batman arrives to try and cut off the boy's chaos, but dueling spells from Clarion and Jason keep the Dark Knight neither effective or seriously harmed. The kid orders the demon to go after Mr. Blood, who's casting these spells from his apartment as he quickly ages toward the grave. Just before Etrigan breaks through a magical shield to end both Tim and Jason, Batman swipes the iron from the evil child, merging man and demon together again.
The witch's evil now undo. Make the one from what is two.
After Bruce brands the cat, rendering it helpless, the newly refused entities show up to reflect Clarion's sorcery and trap the brat in a crystal ball. We see that Jason keeps it on display in his home, ending Batman and Robin's magical adventure. I like The Demon Within as something different for the series. It's structured, animated, and acted well. Stan Berkowitz's script felt like a precursor to a tone we would see more of in the Justice League shows. Considering he was a creative force on both those programs, it only makes sense. Give it a watch or rewatch, and behold some of that rare Bat magic.
Don't ask. Just don't ask.
Legends of the Dark Knight is bursting with references to other versions of Batman, both big and small. It's a simple premise that the production team admitted was complicated to execute properly. Considering it's one of the most well-respected Batman episodes in all of animation for its respectful and accurate homages, I think most of us can agree that they pulled it off, and then some. Three kids named Carrie, Matt, and Nick are walking the streets of Gotham one night, swapping stories of what they think the mysterious Batman is really like. After Nick exclaims he's an inhuman monster that carries off criminals, Matt gives his much more detailed interpretation. He says his uncle worked as a security guard at the aptly named Walker Music Center, where a battle between the Joker and the dynamic duo took place. Joker and a few goons broke in to steal Ruggero Leoncavallo's priceless original score to the 1892 opera Pagliacci. Batman and Robin arrived to stop them, and in doing so, they all engaged in a wacky skirmish, making use of the oversized instruments at the music center. This segment was meant as a tribute to comic book artist Dick Sprang and Batman co-creator Bill Finger. In a very admirable show of good faith, Sprang, Finger, and Frank Miller were all credited with an acknowledgement title at the top of the episode. Sprang was well known for redesigning the look of Batman in the 1950s and had been a ghost artist for co-creator Bob Kane as early as the 1940s. He had a very bold style for the world of Batman that many attribute to the lighter tone the not-so-Dark Knight featured after his moodier start in comics. This kind of colorful, playful Batman was echoed in the 60s TV series and defined Gotham's Guardian for decades. It wasn't until Neil Adams and Denny O'Neil brought the character back to his roots in the 1970s that we saw this brighter version of the Caped Crusader fade into the background a bit. Bill Finger used these types of giant props in some of the stories he contributed while still writing for his co-creation, and Sprang brought them to life. The giant piano and other oversized instruments we see in this segment certainly feel like they were accurately from another era. The attention to detail the whole team provided to make this have the same vibe as a hypothetical 50s Batman cartoon was above and beyond. The tone of Shirley Walker's music, how it was recorded on vintage microphones from the 1930s and 40s, and even having the tracks cut off to jump to the next cue, added a lot.
Hold it right there, Joker.
James Tucker storyboarded the sequence and sprinkled plenty of details throughout the visuals to make it seem more authentic to what the segment was recreating. I love how the characters slide in and out of frame in the foreground. That detail went a long way with me. As a fan of that lighter type of Batman with the younger sidekicks and over-the-top villains, Tucker was an ideal choice to board this section.
Call the police so they can round up these clowns.
Batman was voiced by Gary Owens. His heroic tones may be recognizable from animated characters like the original Space Ghost, Blue Falcon, and a ton of other appearances he made in shows and movies from the mid-20th century through the aughts. His voice was a perfect fit for a late Golden Age or Silver Age version of the Caped Crusader.
Truth be told, strings never were my section. I'm much better on the keys.
Likewise, Michael McKean had the perfect Joker voice to fit that design. Even if some of you younger viewers don't recognize his name, you'll likely know who Michael McKean is. The guy has done so much work over the decades, you've probably seen or heard him in something. He's been involved in his fair share of DC projects as well, making 3 other DCAU appearances, playing Perry White on Smallville, and more. I really enjoyed this. The throwback to a simpler time felt appropriate in this context, and the type of spirit it exudes is one of the major reasons why I like the Batman the Brave and the Bold series so much. As long as there's a genuine sincerity at the core, I usually have fun watching the goofier Batman stuff in cartoon form. In a nice topper to this tribute, Dick Sprang was sent a copy of the episode and was very pleased with how his work was portrayed. Can't ask for anything more than that.
Well done, old chum.
The other kids reject Matt's playful description of Gotham's heroes as Carrie goes on about how she thinks the Dark Knight is in actuality. We see a grim and gritty tale that involves an older Batman and female Robin clashing with a gang called the Mutants. After the Caped Crusader saves Robin from one of the gang's members, he extracts some information that leads him to the mutant leader's location. The whole organization has gathered for a rally, where their leader hypes them up for a takeover of Gotham. Batman and Robin arrive in a souped-up Batmobile and take out many of the mutants with rubber bullets and slingshot marbles. Bats then enters into brutal one-on-one combat with their leader, the future of the city hanging in the balance. While the first segment was an ode to the overall work of Dick Sprang and Bill Finger and not based on anything too specific, this portion of the show was straight up Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns.
Sea Dog Leader's riffing now.
Leader's Billy berserk, man.
Years after this installment hit TV screens, we did get an animated two-part full adaptation of Miller's seminal story. It's freaking great, by the way. But for a long time, this was the closest we got. And it's glorious.
Rubber bullets. Honest.
Like so many other Batman fans, The Dark Knight Returns is one of my favorite comic books, graphic novels, however you want to label it. It did so much for the character, and to see it animated here had to be a thrill for the people who read it and loved it. Since this episode came out in 1998, some of the significance was lost on me until I read the book in high school, so it was a reverse experience in my case. As a kid, I was enthralled by this weird, imposing, violent version of the character because I thought it was an exaggeration. It wasn't until a little later that I found out it was directly based on a book. Using my own experience as evidence, I don't think you even need to be that familiar with TDKR, no, the real TDKR, to appreciate this chunk of the episode. The late great Darwin Cook storyboarded this segment and was said to have laid out the original book to directly pick which panels he wanted to see animated. There are sequences that play out almost directly as the source material here, and it's quite impressive.
Back off, man, I'll waste it. Believe me, I'll do it.
I believe you.
They think we a gang. They think we just noisy kids. Gotham City belongs to the mutants!
Kevin Michael Richardson voiced the mutant leader. A big fan of the comic, he was supposedly excited about taking on the character. Richardson had multiple roles in the DCAU, most notably in Static Shock, but his turn as the dreadlocked Joker in The Batman animated series is one that many Bat fans of a certain age may recall. While Peter Weller took on the role of the aging Bruce Wayne in the animated movie, Michael Ironside filled the role of the Dark Knight here. A well-known screen actor, most followers of the DCAU probably recognize his voice as that of Darkseid, a part he always excelled at. His vocal version of Batman definitely filled out that massive frame we saw on the show.
This isn't a trash heap. It's an operating table. And I'm the surgeon.
DC requested that Bruce Timm call Frank Miller to fill him in on what they were doing, and Miller reportedly said he felt he was in good hands. As with Dick Sprang, Miller was satisfied with the results. So much so that he left multiple voicemails for Timm after watching the episode, praising how his work was translated. After Carrie's story, the kids see a shadowy figure fly overhead. Thinking it's Batman, they follow it to an abandoned movie theater. And just when the trio find out that it's actually the criminal Firefly about to burn down another building, they're spotted, and the theater is set ablaze with them trapped inside. Batman then shows up to ground the fleeing bug, besting him in a fight and restraining him before giving the kids an out to escape the collapsing structure. The police and fire department are soon on the scene, collecting Firefly and wondering who called in the emergency. The children then walk off, each affirming their stance on what Batman's really like, after seeing him in action firsthand. Bruce Timm conceived of this story himself after seeing Batman Forever and thinking about how many different versions of Batman there are. Upon pitching the idea to the production team, many of them told Timm there was a similar comic story by Frank Robbins already out there. In the commentary track, Timm mentions that he had still never read that issue, which was Batman number 250 from 1973, and he wasn't aware of it before thinking up the episode. The idea of different people, especially kids, imagining Batman in different ways is something that's been done since Legends of the Dark Knight as well. The example that comes to mind the most is a segment in the 2008 animated anthology movie Batman Gotham Knight, which was set in director Christopher Nolan's movie universe between Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. Have I Got a Story for You was the first of 6 segments featured in the film. Robert Goodman wrote out Tim's concept into a full teleplay, and I thought he did a great job framing these different vignettes. Goodman was 3 for 3 in his TNBA episodes, but was a prolific scribe in the DCAU as a whole, writing episodes of Superman, Batman Beyond, Justice League Unlimited, and more. With Dan Reba directing his script and both James Tucker and Darwin Cook adding passionate detail to their respective segments, considering what they were adapting, this was bound to be a memorable installment. Coco and Dong Yang were credited with the animation, providing us with the different styles that were lovingly recreated. Now, in the commentary track, Bruce Timm, Paul Dini, Dan Reba, Glenn Murakami, and James Tucker admit that they weren't thrilled with how the animation was paced when getting it back from overseas. It was apparently too slow in a lot of places and dragged certain segments down. So, they went back in and retimed the animation in editing, speeding things up and even taking out frames when needed. They ended up being happy enough with the results. They also mentioned a third segment was pitched, adapting the style of Neil Adams, but they were concerned it was too difficult to translate to animation. Thus, it was dropped. That's too bad, because I think there could have been room for it if a few story beats were shifted around. I at least think we should have seen a quick flash of what the Nick character was describing.
He's like a giant pterodactyl beast with big fangs and talons.
Then again, it might have been too similar to Man-Bat. Still, seeing another quick adaptation of another style would have been fun. Speaking of the kids, Matt was voiced by Ryan O'Donoghue, the same actor who played Matt McGinnis, Terry's little brother, in Batman Beyond. The Carrie character was given Carrie Kelly's design from the DKR book. That was a nice touch, and gave some synergy to her story when she showed up as Robin. She was voiced by Andy McAfee, who's had a long career playing and voicing recognizable characters over the years. Among the most well-known is Phoebe from one of my personal favorite shows, Hey Arnold. Actually, one of the voices of Arnold himself, Philip Van Dyke, also showed up as a character named Joel.
I love Batman. All those muscles, the tight rubber armor, and that flashy car. I heard it can drive up walls.
Yeah, sure, Joel.
We should probably talk about that, shouldn't we? First of all, naming him Joel and placing him outside a shoemaker shop was obvious enough, but they really called him out here with the rubber suit and Batmobile driving up a wall lines. Of course, those are aspects to Joel Schumacher's Batman movies. When this episode debuted in October of 1998, both of the director's films had been released, and following 1997's Batman and Robin, it seemed like open season. This is all that Bruce Timm had to say about one of those films in the commentary track.
This literally came in the wake of my having watched Batman Forever, one of my favorite Batman movies, and
You can make up your own mind on the tone of that comment. In any case, it drove the point home about all the different versions of Batman that are out there. I personally thought the flamboyance of this Joel character was a little too on the nose. Regardless, they got their point across. If there's a weak point to this episode, it's the ending. While not bad, we had just seen these fantastical interpretations of Batman and were left with the real deal feeling a little too standard. Plus, he was fighting Firefly, who's not the worst villain, but I think a more well-known foe could have upped the ante. The BTAS Batman is plenty of people's favorite iteration of The Dark Knight, so to see that represented in a more dramatic way may have been the icing on the cake. Everyone on the commentary track seemed to agree with that sentiment as well. Legends of the Dark Knight features classics within a classic. It is a must-watch episode of the series and one of my favorites. It's top 10 and maybe even top 5. If you've never seen this, or like me, have more knowledge about the source material now than you did when you first watched it, go give it a view and experience just how legendary The Dark Knight is.
See? He was just like I said.
What are you talking about? Did you see the way he fought?
I'm telling you, he's not human.
Get off it. He's human.
The new Batman Adventures once again crosses over with Superman the Animated Series in Girls' Night Out. Absent, though, are the Man of Steel and the Caped Crusader. Handling the combined powers of a trio of villains are Barbara Gordon and Kara Kent. The Superman rogue Livewire is being transported to have her electrokinetic powers neutralized at a GothCorp Labs facility. When the truck she's being moved in drives past a set of exposed power lines, she hooks onto their charge and escapes her confinement. With Batman out of town and an attempt to reach Superman intercepted by his cousin Kara, Batgirl and a rambunctious Supergirl join forces to bring Livewire in. The villain stays in Gotham and teams up with Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy to rob a mall. Supergirl and Batgirl soon arrive to apprehend them, and a struggle takes place. Hilary J. Bader wrote her final TNBA installment here, with Kurt Gaeta back directing. This was the second time they teamed up on this show, the first being the previously discussed Animal Act episode. Unfortunately, these two very positive creative forces didn't combine to make anything too memorable, at least in the case of this series. Bader and Gaeta are important figures in the post-Batman the Animated Series DCAU. Girls' Night Out just wasn't a great showcase for their superior storytelling abilities. One can call this an important episode, since it's the only time characters from the Superman show popped up in Batman's domain. The Dark Knight and a few of his supporting players crossed the boundaries into Metropolis a few times, but having Supergirl pop over to Gotham feels like it should have been a bigger deal. Limiting the story to Barbara and Kara taking on a thrown-together villainess team didn't do the story any favors. I like Livewire well enough, and it's always cool to hear Lori Petty, but maybe another one of Superman's antagonists could have made for a better fit. Even Harley and Ivy on their own may have done the trick. We already knew the two characters had great chemistry. I am glad at least the Rosebud car makes an appearance. Kara and Barbara's dynamic is fine. I kind of like how each of them see the other as having the good life. They are established friends after this, although I don't believe they ever appear together on screen. Kara would just sometimes mention Barbara and their friendship over on the Superman show. One welcome surprise was the return of Batgirl's BTAS theme. It hadn't shown up at all in the new Batman Adventures, so composer Lolita Ritmanis giving the tune a comeback was appreciated. Harley, Ivy, and Livewire escape the mall in their Rosebud car, leaving Kara and Barbara to recover at the latter's apartment. After comparing each other's lives outside of costume and seeing greener grass, they head out again to find the trio, just missing them at Penguin's Iceberg Lounge. Cobblepot tips the pair off on where Harley and Ivy's hideout is, and the crime fighters soon arrive at an abandoned zoo garden called Animal Park. Another battle breaks out between the two sides. However, this time, Livewire's unwieldy powers do her team in, with the girls Super and Bat taking advantage and winning the day. On television later, Harvey Bullock gives the heroines their props as they high-five in celebration. Let me just mention a few more things I thought worked. I like that we got an official job title for Barbara. We had seen her use police records to the Bat family's advantage before, so to hear her position directly named was a nice bit of continuity.
I'm a systems and data analyst at police headquarters. I can hack in whenever I want. Just don't tell my dad.
Harley knocks herself out in maybe the best part of the episode. This got a legit laugh out of me. The plant animals that Poison Ivy brings to life made for a fun visual and obstacle for our girls to overcome. Kind of wish we saw Ivy do that more often. The elephant and, I think, tigers factoring into the finish was a smart way to defeat Livewire if Supergirl wasn't just going to knock her block off. Penguin and Bullock's appearances painted Babs and Kara as underdogs with their older male counterparts not around, which I think was needed. All this just wasn't executed in an interesting way. There were plenty of more intriguing areas to take the first Supergirl-Batgirl team-up. This felt too pedestrian, considering they were pretty well-drawn characters on their own. A bigger threat is ultimately what I think was needed. I don't recommend going out of your way to watch or rewatch Girls' Night Out, but tell me in the comments if this team-up is an episode you enjoy. Next time on Batmay, we go mad with the all-time classic, Mad Love. See you there. Mad Love is the defining origin for Harley Quinn. Before it was adapted into this episode, Paul Dini and Bruce Timm first created the story as an Eisner Award-winning comic book issue of the Batman Adventures back in 1993. They toyed around with making it a home video release before finally translating it as the last New Batman Adventures installment to air on January 16, 1999. With a few exceptions, including the revamped character designs, the episode is a near-perfect recreation of the comic. A classic among classics, Mad Love has remained a popular and highly influential tale in the Batman mythos. After Batman foils the attempted murder of Commissioner Gordon at a dentist office, the Joker and Harley Quinn escape to their hideout at the old Funny Bone shipping building. Joker blames Harley for botching his plan and too easily cluing Batman in on their scheme. Quinn tries to pull her puddin' away from formulating the perfect way to kill the Dark Knight, but is unsuccessful and kicked outside. Commiserating with her hyenas, Harley reminisces about how she first got involved with Mr. J. She was once Harleen Quinzel, a college graduate with hopes of becoming a pop psychologist. She interned at Arkham Asylum, aiming to get inside the heads of the dangerous criminals there.
Well, I've always had an attraction for extreme personalities. They're more exciting, more challenging. You can't deny there's an element of glamour to these super criminals.
Joker targets her from the get-go, leaving her a message in her office and flirting with Harleen on multiple occasions. After 3 months of waiting for approval, Quinzel gets her opportunity to engage with the clown in several sessions. Joker manipulates her with sympathetic stories of his past, which eventually lead to Harleen falling in love with the madman. After an escape that results in the death of multiple people, Joker is dragged back to Arkham by Batman. Harleen reacts emotionally when seeing the mangled object of her affection and snaps. She steals makeup and costume supplies from a local store and breaks Joker out of the asylum as his new +1, Harley Quinn. In the present, deciding that Batman himself is the reason for her and her put-in spats and lack of a happy relationship, Harley decides to kill the Caped Crusader herself. Directed by Butch Lukic and written by Paul Dini from the story from both him and Bruce Timm, Mad Love is probably the most enduring episode of the new Batman Adventures season. What I mean by that is we're still feeling the implications of it. Parts of Harley's genesis made its way into the Arkham video games, the first Suicide Squad movie, Quinn's HBO animated series, and more. The establishment of Harleen's time as a psychologist manipulated by the Joker is a major reason why the character functions so well and is more than just comedic relief. We get to go beneath the surface this time around and really dig into the why and how of Harley's obsession with the Clown Prince of Crime. In the foreword to the 2009 collection of Mad Love and Other Stories, Paul Dini calls this a cautionary tale about when someone loves recklessly, obsessively, and for too long. Much has been said of the abusive relationship between Harley and the Joker over the years. The story is a prime example of both mental and physical abuse, as Joker smacks Harley around a few times and attempts to kill her at one point. As rough and more graphic as the physical assaults were, we had seen Joker hit her before. What's more disturbing are the moments where dark seeds are planted in Quinzel's head. She's Joker's perfect victim for cerebral manipulation. He plays her like a fiddle with explanations of his backstory that include a violent father who enjoyed the circus mixed with dark humor, which emotionally breaks the then intern.
Sometimes I'd be just sitting there doing nothing. Pow! Pops tended to favor the grape, you see. Hi, Dad! Look at me! Zoop! And then he broke my nose.
Got some Heath Ledger vibes from those stories. One thing from the comic that was left out of the episode was a little more background on Harleen before she got to Arkham. She went to Gotham State University on a gymnastics scholarship, but wanted to graduate from the school's renowned psychology department. We see that she seduced a professor of hers to improve a low grade, showing that she was already a manipulator herself before encountering the Joker. In that way, she sort of met her match. You can debate if leaving that out was the right way to go or not, but I think the first scene of the flashback did display that Harleen wasn't exactly an angel. Her motivations weren't just purely to help the residents of Arkham. I have a lot more to say, but let's get into the ending here. There's not really anything too shocking at the finish. However, if you haven't seen this, I think you should really watch it first before hearing me describe the full story. Actually, read the book too. I think that's the slightly better version, and it's too historic of a comic to ignore. Harley sends a video message to Batman through the police department saying she's finally had it with Joker and wants to turn him in upon learning of his latest deadly plot. Batman meets with Harley alone on a deck one night. She gives him the supposed plans for the city's destruction when the Joker attacks.
Traitor! No one turns stoolie on me and lives!
A battering exposes the false nature of the attack as this Joker is revealed to be a robot. Among the confusion, Quinn jabs Wayne with a sedative, knocking him out. Batman wakes up at the abandoned Aquacade bar, where Harley has adapted one of Joker's old unused plans, the death of 100 smiles. Bruce hangs upside down over a tank of piranhas. With the Joker's toxin not working on such fish, Quinn had the idea of flipping the victim so that they see the piranha's frowns as smiles before they're torn apart. Batman is able to persuade Harley to call the Joker and prove to him that she's about to kill his nemesis. Shredded bone and cloth won't be enough to convince the clown. He rushes over, furious with her before letting Batman down and throwing Harley out a window. Only he has the right to kill the Dark Knight. As he's about to leave, Joker changes his mind and whips out a gun, not wanting to pass up this chance. Batman fights him off until the pair battle on a speeding train riding throughout Gotham. Our hero clocks Joker off the train and into a smokestack as he falls to his presumed death. Later, a severely injured Quinn is returned to Arkham, where she narrates how she finally is over her mad love. Until...
Angel!
Harley's head games work to get the one-up on Batman, but he plays her later when swaying Quinn to call Joker. As Bats lays out how Puddin's been pulling her strings, it becomes a great scene. By the way, Kevin Conroy's Batman laugh was scary.
Cut it out! You're giving me the creeps!
You little fool. Was it his line about the abusive father? Or the one about the runaway mom?
Every time Harley thinks she has an advantage, she's outdone by a superior manipulator. That was kind of Harley's thing for a long time, and I think that's when the character usually best serves the story she's in. I mean, that last scene of her falling for Mr. J all over again says everything. She was set up to be a fun but tragic figure. Yet, Harley Quinn has evolved. Writers and performers have made her take ownership of her mistakes, as she earned the right to make more of them, with the character herself now calling the shots. Once again, Harley has been the lead in a live-action film and an acclaimed cartoon. The next step of this character has only made her more popular. That speaks to the durability of Miss Quinzel that was set up in Batman the Animated Series, and specifically in the Mad Love origin story. Not to be overlooked, Mark Hamill plays Joker with a combination of his usual pomp and a more underhanded prowess. He goes from whistling his own theme song to a Star Wars reference,
"May the floss be with you,"
to over-the-top anger and a powerful veiled influence in the flashback scenes. His confrontation with Batman at the end of the show felt more intense than most. The hatred was more palpable, and we see him get in some shots on Bruce. They both drew blood, which helped amp things up. Harley also bleeds when she's left in a heap after Joker pushes her out of the window. In some ways, this was definitely a more complex adult-themed episode than a lot of its peers.
Don't you want to rev up your Harley? Vroom, vroom!
I could talk for an hour about this one, but Mad Love speaks for itself. Even if you've seen it a few times, it's more than worth rewatching for the excellent voice acting, character work, and storytelling. Hidden nuances divulge themselves on repeat viewings, and one more time, read the book. It's a one-shot comic, so it's not very long, and you'll get a lot out of it. In closing, as Paul Dini said, if there's hope for Harley Quinn, then there's hope for the mad lovers in us all. Bruce Wayne gets married in Chemistry. There's a wedding reception, a honeymoon, they really go all out here. It doesn't take a Batman expert to realize this break in status quo might not last. But how does someone tame Gotham's ultimate bachelor and creature of the night? Bruce Wayne's old friend, Veronica Vreeland, gets hitched to a man named Michael. At the reception, Bruce nabs the garter and meets Susan, the woman who caught the bouquet. There's a mutual attraction between the two, and Bruce even finds himself daydreaming about her when he's out later as Batman, causing uncharacteristic slip-ups. Eventually, he has to meet her again, and after reciting their deep feelings for one another, Wayne proposes to Susan on the spot. This all leaves Bruce in the happiest place he's ever been, admitting to the Bat family that he's turning the protection of Gotham over to them sooner than expected. He is quitting as Batman. Wayne actually goes through with it and marries Susan. However, during their reception at Wayne Manor, Bruce gets an urgent call from Veronica, who tearfully exclaims that her husband Michael has something terribly wrong about him, before screaming and leaving the phone off the hook. With Susan's blessing, Wayne rushes over to Vreeland's residence to help. I thought chemistry was a pretty strong episode on the rewatch. It's another one of those potential game-changing premises that would have benefited from being a two-parter. Bruce Wayne not only ties the knot, but quits being Batman here. I imagine they could have expanded on this quite a bit if writer Stan Berkowitz and director Butch Lukic were given the real estate. This was the last TNBA episode for both, and overall, it's not a bad one to go out on. Seeing Bruce tell Grayson, Gordon, and Drake he's quitting the vigilante life was interesting. There are beats and an attitude about Wayne in that scene that reminded me of a similar sequence in Batman Forever.
I'm not going to be Batman anymore. I've asked Susan to marry me. She's accepted. She's everything I need. She's perfect.
From this day on, Batman is no more. Chase is coming over for dinner. I'm going to tell her everything.
While I still wish there was that more distinct Bruce Wayne voice present in certain scenes, Kevin Conroy's performance in the Batcave bit is the right mix of intense and unusual. The reason he's acting so erratically is explained later, and I think he did a good job balancing that without losing Wayne's gravitas. It's unsettling to see Bruce so content.
The pain of my parents' deaths, it's still there, but it seems smaller.
It's called happiness.
Whatever it is, I like it.
In addition to that remark, Tim Drake is given a few moments to shine, with an instance of saving Batman's butt during a robbery breakup and also coming in clutch during the climax. We're almost to the end of the show here, and it's clear to me that Drake had a strong case to have replaced Bruce as Batman down the line if the old man had hung up his cape earlier. Oh, and if that whole Return of the Joker thing didn't happen. Dick Grayson serves an important purpose in the Batcave scene, doubting that Bruce is capable of discontinuing his late nights, but I feel like he should have been in this more often. It's noted online that a costumed Nightwing appearance was cut, but there's no official source for that. What we do get is an intriguing moment between him and Barbara at the wedding reception.
He'll have the costume on again in a month.
Anyone can change and settle down, even you.
Don't get your hopes up.
As if.
First, Lucius Fox seems to be Bruce's best man. I guess for his public persona that tracks, but Dick or even Alfred would have made more sense, right? Who else do you think could have filled that role? Let me know. Anyway, after seeing how close Grayson and Gordon were in the Old Wounds flashback and the Sub-Zero movie, this showed off how much Dick had changed in those years away. I don't buy that he doesn't have any lingering feelings for Babs, and this comes off as more of a tough guy defense mechanism. Gordon only reacts that way because Grayson was so rude. What could have been? At her home, Veronica is being attacked by her husband. Michael even walks through security lasers outside her safe and heals instantly. Bruce arrives at Vreeland's house to see the building on fire. He busts in and is able to save his friend before the place totally burns down. Later, we see Michael at a greenhouse where Poison Ivy is hiding out. It's revealed that Michael is a plant person, created by Ivy as part of her grand plan to marry off Gotham's wealthy citizens so she can inherit their fortunes upon their imminent murders. At Bruce's request, Batgirl and Robin followed Michael and see this all go down. They tussle with a few of Ivy's plant monsters and watch as they disintegrate when coming into contact with an orange substance the villain had nearby. Meanwhile, on his honeymoon cruise with a few other rich couples, Bruce gets suspicious when the other husbands converse about how easy their relationships have been. They were all perfect matches for their spouses, noting that at least one half of each couple has vibrant green eyes. Wayne then confronts Susan about some of her previously undiscussed background. His wife's green eyes soon give away that something's wrong when Bruce presses her on the issue.
What are you?
Why, Bruce, I'm your wife.
Wayne escapes Susan's clutches in time to see Poison Ivy arrive with the undisguised Michael as she reveals her plan to Gotham's upper crust. She intends on blowing up the yacht, killing the wealthy Gothamites on board, and inheriting their assets through their plant-based significant others. Just in time, Batgirl and Robin show up with the Batman suit and tanks of Ivy's weed killer from her greenhouse. The Bat family rescue the catfish tycoons before the ship explodes, Batman failing to save Ivy in the process. As the yacht sinks, the Dark Knight fully accepts that his whirlwind romance was too good to be true. Poison Ivy was back on track here. This and House and Garden showcased just how twisted she could be when in pursuit of what she wants. The plant people stuff isn't quite as horrifying as her vegetable clones, but look at this.
Eat trichloroethane, broccoli boy.
We're sinking. Come on.
Goodness, give Tim another few points.
Time for a goodnight kiss.
Kiss this!
Linda Hamilton pops up here voicing Susan, and I thought she did a good job in the limited role. Her character in Batman Beyond gave the actress a bit more to sink her teeth into. It would have been nice to have gotten a few additional scenes with her, but they had less than 22 minutes to get this whole story in. On that note, the lack of a wrap-up scene was kind of glaring. Major stuff happened in this episode. A 30-second to 1-minute sequence showing us what Bruce had lost and rededicating himself to Batman could have been a tragically poignant moment. At Bruce and Susan's wedding, the production team threw in some fun cameos. This included Summer Gleason, Dr. Francine Langstrom and her husband Kirk Langstrom, aka Man-Bat, Jack Ryder, aka the Creeper, the obscure character Miss Bambi from the Mask of the Phantasm movie, I guess Zatanna, who looks a lot like Lois Lane here, Jason Blood, Dr. Joan Leland from Arkham, and of course Dr. Leslie Tompkins. Mayor Hill and Commissioner Gordon are also shown prominently. Those are all I could recognize when I cross-referenced some online sources, but I'd be willing to bet they hit a few more in the background somewhere. In the production order of the series, this was the last time we saw a handful of important characters. Veronica Vreeland, Barbara Gordon, Dick Grayson, and Poison Ivy take their final TNBA bows. Ivy, who apparently survives her dip into the ocean here, would make a few sporadic DCAU appearances after this, and Babs we know would show up plenty more times. Nightwing had little cameos in a pair of future DCAU eps, but unfortunately, this was the last time Lauren Lester voiced Dick Grayson for a long while. He'd lend his skills to a video game and a couple other DC characters over the years, with his big return as Grayson taking place in the 2017 movie Batman and Harley Quinn. I don't think Mr. Lester gets enough credit for his wide-ranging performance. We saw this character at several different stages of his life, and Lester's steady hand guided us through those changes. It's a true shame that we never heard him reprise the role in Batman Beyond. I know Dick Grayson has popped up in comics from that timeline, but to see him on screen with Lester providing the voice would have been something special. Respect to Lauren for all his hard work. When I read any Dick Grayson dialogue, his voice is usually what I still hear in my head, and his impact on the character can't be denied. As for final little notes on chemistry, it's funny how a mirror can reflect those high-tech lasers outside Veronica's safe. As a kid, I feel like I was conditioned from TV shows and movies to believe high-intensity lasers could always be easily sidestepped by a simple reflective surface. Also, Bruce's eyes flip from blue to black a few times here. They're even green when he proposes to Susan. I'm going to assume that's foreshadowing, since Susan's special pheromones may somehow be affecting Bruce's peepers. Or they just screwed up the color. I'll go ahead and recommend Chemistry for another look. It doesn't fulfill what this concept had the potential for, but it's solid enough as is, and had some standout moments. Remember folks, if things seem too perfect, they probably are. See you next time. Beware the Creeper is interesting. There are a lot of fans of this character out there, including TNBA's production team, and the idea was to incorporate him into the show as a brighter contrast to Gotham's darkness. Creeper is certainly a colorful presence that theoretically could be used as an ideal foil for Batman, but did Beware the Creeper do a good enough job of establishing him and his mission statement within the DCAU? Anchorman Jack Ryder is doing a live expose on the Joker at the place of his origin, Ace Chemicals, for the villain's 7th anniversary of his first appearance in Gotham. Watching at home is Bruce Wayne, who spots the Clown Prince of Crime hanging out in the rafters of the chemical plant. Batman and Robin spring into action, rushing to Ace while Joker spoils the broadcast with his laughing gas and attacks Ryder. He tosses the Anchorman into the same vat of chemicals that morphed Joker into the madman he became. The dynamic duo show up at the scene and do battle with the J-Man and his thugs until Robin is knocked into a set of levers. This triggers a flush of the chemicals into a surrounding body of water. Told by Joker that Ryder was in the emptied vat, the Caped Crusader and Boy Wonder dash outside, spotting the Anchorman's burning jacket and assuming he's bit the dust. However, Ryder survived. The mix of his extended time in the chemical vat and exposure to Joker's laughing gas has transformed him into a yellow-skinned, green-haired, cackling mutant with enhanced strength, agility, and more. His mind partially broken, Ryder finds a new wardrobe and starts to go by the name The Creeper. He's out for revenge on the Joker, and while on that path, runs into Harley Quinn, who he's now uncontrollably attracted to. Batman and Robin rejoin the Joker's pursuit, leading to some very unique interactions among the parties involved. So, before doing my research, I was really only familiar with the Creeper from this episode. I knew a bit about his comic background, he just wasn't a character that ever interested me too much. I recall he pops up in Justice League Unlimited a few times, although I don't think he speaks. The Creeper was created by Spider-Man co-creator Steve Ditko with dialogue assistance from Don Siegel in 1968. They have a fun Easter egg dedicated to Ditko with a clothing store named after him here, and another creation of his, The Question, making an appearance as a mannequin. Creeper has had many reinterpretations since his debut with multiple widely varying origin stories. How they show his beginnings in this series was the best part of the episode for me. Setting up Jack Ryder in multiple installments before this was smart. I loved the live report angle at the top of the story, showing old pictures of Joker, including allusions to his past from Mask of the Phantasm and the recreation of his fateful night with Batman that led to the legendary criminal's creation. I was so glad to see that they stepped back on the Jack Napier thing too. He's been called that name in previous BTAS episodes, but they mention here that was one of many aliases he used, and the Joker's true identity remains unknown. Excellent choice. Like a lot of fans, I like it best when we don't know who he was before his turn to clowned crime. There are exceptions to that rule, but it should be the standard. I say all this because Joker's origin ties directly into Creeper's. There is the added element of the laughing gas, and I think Ryder was submerged in the chemicals longer than Joker. He did keep getting pushed back in and even blown up at one point, but this is a story of someone going through a very similar traumatic event and reacting to it differently. I thought that was a smart way to go on Rich Fogel and Steve Gerber's part. Fogel conceptualized the story with Gerber penning his final script in the production order. This was also Dan Reba's last directing assignment for TNBA. Don't get me wrong, Creeper's nuts, but there is a sense of morality that has stayed intact. He pays for his new duds at the clothing store and isn't shown trying to intentionally hurt anybody outside of Joker. I guess he does go after Harley pretty aggressively though.
I'm stealing your girl too.
I swear, Mr. J, I didn't encourage him.
Speaking of Harley, she has another presentation for Mr. J here.
Wanna try some of my pie?
Harley.
I'm sure you'll want seconds.
This and Mad Love pushed the envelope a bit, didn't they? Anyway, Creeper was supposed to be involved in the show as far back as the animated series. Bruce Timm made a character model for him, but they couldn't crack the right story to bring him in with. In the Batman animated book, Creeper has his own bio, with Paul Dini weighing in on the character's involvement in the show. Quote, "We originally wanted to do the team-up in our first run on Fox, and though several talented writers tried their best, the character never seemed to work from a script stage. A few years later, the writers and producers spent some time rethinking the Creeper's origin, devising a closer link to the series by making the Joker responsible for Jack Ryder's transformation. That gave us the spark we needed to bring the Creeper to life." End quote. When it comes to the new Batman adventures, Creeper was planned to be much more involved. He's featured in early promotional art for the show, and apparently they wanted him as a regular presence, working with the Bat family on multiple occasions. That didn't happen either, as they only figured out a story for him by the second-to-last episode produced.
They call me Yellow-Skinned Wacky Man.
But I prefer the Creeper.
I'm Jack Ryder. Join me as we answer these questions and more on Joker, the madness behind the laughter.
Jeff Bennett voiced Jack Ryder and the Creeper. He has a great serious newsman voice and a great crazy laugh. He'd use the latter even more when he played the Joker in Batman the Brave and the Bold. Bennett has a few other DCAU credits in addition to this, including Hardak from Heart of Steel and his Silicon Soul. Before we break down the end of the story, it's worth mentioning that this was the last regular appearance of Tim Drake's Robin. He was in Mystery of the Batwoman and a few episodes of Static Shock, and of course Return of the Joker, but Beware the Creeper was the last time we saw him on a consistent basis. I liked Tim way more on this last rewatch than I did seeing him back in the day. I never disliked him, but his fate in the Batman Beyond movie always overshadowed any previous character work done in this series. I can say now that I fully appreciate this version of Drake and really wish we got to see him grow up and develop. I think his relationship with Bruce would have been fascinating to watch if he stuck around until he was a young adult. Seemingly just as concerned with nabbing Harley for himself as taking revenge on Joker, the Creeper finally confronts the pair, leading to a high-speed vehicle chase that Batman and Robin tag along on. They end up at Ace Chemical's waste disposal site where Creeper manhandles Joker, to the point where the bleeding clown pleads with Batman.
He's a lunatic!
While forcibly putting the moves on Quinn, Creeper is injected with a tranquilizer and passes out. Later, we see that the Dark Knight has given Jack Ryder a patch that acts as an antidote for the Joker venom. Acknowledging it's a temporary fix, Batman says it'll have to do until more anti-venom is made. He also mentions that Ryder's career is salvageable, since no one else knows he was the Creeper. As long as he keeps the patch on, everything should go back to normal. The dynamic duo leave as a smile returns to Ryder's face. After that scene, it's probably a given that if we got another season of the new Batman adventures, Creeper would have gotten a lot more screen time. But I have to judge on what we actually got, and this episode is it. So, I'll admit, I'm not a huge fan. I loved about the first 6 minutes, but things just took a dive after that. He is an intriguing character, and I'm sure if he was around more, I may very well have taken a stronger liking to him. I got the Mask vibes at the end, and that could have made for some very entertaining future appearances. It's too bad. While Beware the Creeper didn't land for me like I was hoping, I did enjoy a few choice elements within it. Besides the first act, I love a good Three Stooges homage.
Let me at him! Let me at him!
We don't know nothing about no Joker, creep.
His girlfriend's throwing him a party. Invitation only.
Mo, Lair, and Kerr are all voiced by Billy West. No surprise to anyone who knows his work. Again, I'm a huge fan of the Stooges and really appreciated this. Movember? January? Shemptember? Curly? Maybe if I cloned myself.
It's been done.
Oh yes, Adam West Batman mask. That was pretty funny. Overall, this episode wasn't my thing, and I can't recommend it personally. However, if you're looking for a big swing on something different, it may be worth your time. If you're a Creeper fan, I'm just going to assume you've already seen this. Next time, folks, it's a big one. Our grand finale. We wrap up our coverage of the new Batman adventures with the installment Judgment Day. See you then for Batmay's End. This is it, everyone. Batmay's own personal Judgment Day. Appropriate that the last episode produced of Batman the Animated Series / The New Batman Adventures is indeed called Judgment Day. Does the series go out on a high note? Does it finish as strong as it started? There's only one way to find out. So for the final time covering this show, let's dive in. A new vigilante named the Judge has been attacking criminals around Gotham lately. After taking out Penguin, Killer Croc, and the Riddler, Two-Face is the next logical target. We see that the judge has been getting under-the-table information on the rogue's whereabouts from Gotham City Councilman J. Carroll Corcoran. Corcoran is up for re-election and is hoping the judge can help him clean up the streets. By publicly endorsing the vigilante, Corcoran has already shot up in the polls. Batman finds Two-Face just before a death trap is sprung by the judge. The Dark Knight saves their hides, but Dent gets away and abducts Councilman Corcoran. As this is happening, the Caped Crusader is analyzing the oversized gavel the judge used to strike Killer Croc with. A clue on the head eventually reveals a list of names. One of them may just be behind the wig and robe. Rich Fogel and Alan Burnett collaborated on the script here, with Kurt Gaeta back directing. Interestingly, this was Burnett's only writing credit in all of TNBA, although I'm sure he was busy splitting time producing multiple DCAU series at that point. He did co-write the story for the Mystery of the Batwoman movie a few years later. Rich Fogel ended his run with another solid script and, as mentioned in other reviews, would go on to write more for the DCAU. Kurt Gaeta was the same way on the directing end. The judge character and his violent mission are what make this installment engrossing.
Is there no honor among thieves, Mr. Cobblepot?
The deep voice, the imposing figure, his vendetta against bad guys. Remind you of anyone?
Chucky Saw, your angel of death awaits.
The Phantasm and the Judge certainly have some similarities. Malachi Thorne and Stacy Keach definitely had comparable vocal performances, while their whodunit secret identities also draw them even closer. Good thing, like most people, I really like the Phantasm, so the Judge hitting similar beats didn't bother me. While he's not as lethal as the Phantasm, the Judge really does a number on a few well-established villains, beating them into the hospital.
Hey diddle diddle, time for a riddle.
It's about time someone threw the book at you.
They brought John Glover back as the Riddler for that one line. I should be disappointed, but I'm just thinking about how much that redesign sucks. Adding a wrinkle into the judge's plans is Councilman J. Carroll Corcoran. While his intentions are far from pure, he spouts off some sense when talking to Batman about why he's supporting the judge's attacks.
Who? Two-Face? Killer Croc? You think anyone cares? I'll tell you what people care about. The revolving door at Arkham that keeps sending these freaks back on the street. These days, people want results. They want closure. I figure if Gordon can have his hero, why can't I have mine?
This character would have been an interesting foil for Batman if he popped up more than once. The way the writers mentioned a few times now how Arkham wasn't holding the dangerous criminals inside may have developed even further in a subsequent season. Maybe the city would have been fed up enough to turn against Batman, with Corcoran leading the charge. There's a quick scene in this one that makes an aspect of the Never Fear episode a bit worse. Two-Face is in a bar with his gang, angry about his name being brought up during the judge coverage. After they leave, a man is shown to be watching them. Turns out, he's Bruce Wayne in disguise. Yes, full disguise. No thin mustache or sunglasses. Apparently, they didn't leave this idea behind in BTAS. It goes without saying that this is the last TNBA appearance of many of these characters, but since Two-Face is a main focus, I should mention what I thought of this overall iteration of the villain. Richard Mall is quite definitive as both Harvey and Two-Face. He had the opportunity to give this character some dramatic weight and always turned in a solid to great effort. Wishing I could have heard Harvey's original voice a few more times across both shows is really my only small complaint. Dent was only in 2 new Batman adventures, and while that's less than expected, it sure is fitting. Spoilers ahead for the judge's identity. Before Two-Face's thugs kill Councilman Corcoran, the judge shows up and takes them down. However, he heard Corcoran admit to Dent that the councilman received kickbacks from a GothCorp project. This betrayal of the people leads the judge to attempt an execution of J. Carroll. Batman intervenes and tussles with the mysterious figure before finally dispatching him.
Here's your judge, Corcoran.
The double facade of Two-Face is unmasked. The judge was Dent all along. Batman hands the mask to Corcoran as the press busts in. Soon after, a newspaper reads that the councilman lost his primary after he was publicly accused of receiving kickbacks. Bruce and Alfred discuss how Harvey created a third personality, the Judge, to combat his big bad Harv side. But the personalities were so separated that the Judge wasn't even aware he was, in fact, Two-Face. This is evidenced by the vigilante trying to kill himself without realizing. We cut to Arkham Asylum, where in a dark cell, the trial of Harvey Dent plays out in his own mind, with the Judge presiding.
How does the prisoner plead?
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
This is yet another strong Two-Face story. It's a good ending twist to bring in a third personality, especially how it's explained as a reaction to Big Bad Harv being in control for the majority of the time after Dent's original accident. It's not a development I saw coming the first time I watched this, and it somehow makes this guy even more tragic. That ending scene is a haunting way to go out. I always thought Two-Face should have some kind of redemption at the end of his story. While that didn't come in this continuity, this was still a sadly satisfying way to end things. Speaking of ending things, that's all, folks. Batmay, as we know it, is over. Thank you all for watching, and thank you all for the support over the last few years. This was a long-term project that started off as a lark and blossomed into an annual tradition that I'm proud to say we completed. The goal was always to shine a spotlight on every episode of the greatest animated show ever, in my opinion, and we accomplished that goal. But it has not been easy. The hours and hours and hours of work that went into these videos are rewarding, but not something I plan on doing again after we wrap up my other month-long series, Twilight-tober Zone. I get asked all the time about continuing Batmay with Batman Beyond. Look, I love that show too. While the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak. I just don't think I could do this all over again by myself. But I'll tell you what, if my situation remains the same as it is now, I could do a bit of a Batmay epilogue. How's that? Maybe next year I can cover a handful of Batman the Animated Series related movies and supplemental material. Mask of the Phantasm, Sub-Zero, Mystery of the Batwoman, and a couple others. I'll probably directly ask for your opinion, so follow me on social media, that being Twitter, Facebook, and my new Instagram page. That's right, only 10 years late on that one, and we'll talk more. Don't forget to watch Fanscription every month too. If you have enjoyed my coverage of this show, please also check out my personal YouTube channel. The last few years of work on these projects haven't left me much time to post on there, but with Batmay finally finished, I can return to making some more unique stuff that I think you'll like. Subscribe, and I'll catch you there soon. This whole series of reviews is dedicated to the hard-working folks who brought us an impeccable animated program. To those who we've lost along the way, your work is not forgotten.